business is the City of Southfield regular meeting agenda, or the City Council, October 23rd, 2023, 6 p.m. in council chambers. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Council President Mandelbaum.
Present.
Council President Pro Tem Taylor.
Here.
Councilmember Banks.
Present.
Councilmember Brightwell.
Here.
Councilmember Cruz.
Present.
Councilmember Frazier.
Here.
Councilmember Hogue.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, can you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. The first up on our agenda is the appointments. Mr. Mayor, I believe these are all your appointments.
It was sitting here.
Grab one also. I don't know if there's any difference.
I do not believe any of the people on the list are here this evening. Partly we had a little miscommunication, but anyhow, I'm advancing the following, the reappointment to the Downtown Development Authority of Oak Park Schools Superintendent Angel Abuladad, reappointment to the DDA of Ingrid Brown, a manager of Huntington Bank, and reappointment to the City Center Advisory Board of Matus Nowakowski, who is the North American president of DUR, and reappointment of Linda Height, who is the CEO for Lawrence Tech University, and Hassan Jawad of Tower Investments. And then for the downtown, for the Brownfield Board, we have a number of vacancies. So I'm appointing, or recommending the appointment, rather, of Michael Reed and Danita Wimbush. I know that Miss Wimbush is in Jamaica at a wedding, so she can't be here tonight. But anyhow, these are my recommendations for reappointment and filling positions on these three boards.
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry, did you say Roland Wilkins?
Nope, that's the next.
Excuse me?
That's building.
Miss one.
Oh, that's Bill, okay.
Yep.
Sorry.
All right.
Yeah, Mr. Brightwell.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the appointments and reappointments as presented.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilman Frazier, to approve the reappointments and the appointments by the mayor as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next, we have an appointment of the deputy building official.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you lower the mic?
Good evening. We are pleased to recommend at this time, on behalf of administration, the appointment of Rollin Wayne Wilkins to the position of Deputy Building Official for the City of Southfield. Rollin, or Wayne, joined the building department in 2019. He was appointed to his current position of Chief Building Inspector in 2022. Mr. Wilkins holds an associate's degree in architectural drafting and design. He is an experienced manager with an extensive background in all aspects of building inspection, and the city is so very lucky to have him. We recommend placement in management grade 4 or 6 with an eligibility of a 3% increase after successful completion of a 6-month review period with the same rights and benefits as afforded to other management group employees. Funding for this position will be made available through existing departmental budgets. At this time, we respectfully request that council approve the resolution attached.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I'd like to approve the appointment deputy building official to Mr. Wilkins.
Support.
All right. It has been moved by Councilman Cruz, supported by Councilman Frazier, to approve the appointment of the deputy bidding official, Mr. Roland Wilkins. Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Welcome. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
I'd just like to say thank everyone for their confidence. It's been a pleasure working here at the city of Southfield. I retired from the city of Detroit. I was there 25 years. In their building department, I came here and found that this has just been a wonderful experience. The city is well managed. I couldn't ask for a better crew of people to work with. It's been I'm just humbled by all of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We just asked after you're sworn in, if you don't mind, we'd like to shake your hand.
I do solemnly swear or affirm
That I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
the Constitution of the State of Michigan,
the Constitution of the State of Michigan,
and the city charter of the city of Southfield.
and the city charter of the city of Southfield,
That I will faithfully perform the duties of the office of deputy building official
and I will faithfully perform the duties of the office of deputy building official
in and for the city of Southfield,
in and for the city of Southfield,
county of Oakland,
county of Oakland,
state of Michigan,
state of Michigan,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
This is a well-managed city. We got that right.
Thank you.
One more time. We gonna smile again. Or should I say him and Peter?
All right, next we have our communications portion. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. The Southfield City Council has established the following rules of procedures for all speakers. No speaker may make personal or impertinent attacks upon any officer, employee, or city council member or other elected official that is unrelated to the manner in which the officer, employee, or city council member or other elected official performs his or her duties. No person shall use abusive or threatening language towards any individual when addressing the city council. Any person who violates this section shall be directed by the presiding officer to be orderly and silent. If a person addressing the council refuses to become silent when so directed, such person may be deemed by the presiding officer to have committed a breach of the peace by disrupting and impeding the orderly conduct of the public meeting of the city council, and may be ordered by the presiding officer to leave the meeting. If the person refuses to leave as directed, the presiding officer may direct any law enforcement officer who is present to escort the violator from the meeting. And I'd like to remind everyone to please have respect for all of the speakers. The first speaker is Jeremy Savickas.
Ready whenever?
Yep.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of the Southfield Firefighters. My name is Jeremy Savickas, and I'm the president of the Southfield Firefighters Association. Next to me is John Martin, a 27-year veteran of the Southfield Fire Department who since February has been battling cancer. Upon receiving this cancer diagnosis, the state of Michigan has a cancer presumption fund set up specifically for firefighters. And a part of this fund, if you're approved, you are to have 80% of your wages covered by the state, as well as them covering all healthcare costs associated with your cancer. Upon getting his approval, the city of Southfield informed us to fill out a letter of agreement stating that this would be an easy thing for them to agree to. Well, it turned out it was not that easy. The stance of the city of Southfield was that they are not to carry John Martin, that he is no longer their responsibility. He is nearing retirement. He doesn't need to be here. He can just retire. After 27 years of his life, being away from family, friends, missing holidays, birthday parties, you name it, and we'll miss it. Now in the final years of his career, the mentality is just, see you later. No more. We're not going to carry you. We're not going to support you. We're not going to fight for you. Forgive me, but I can't accept that. No matter how close we are to nearing retirement, we are willing, at a second's notice, to risk our lives for the citizens. It doesn't matter if we have a year on the job or 27 years on the job. As long as we're a member of this department, we're willing to put our life on the line for the citizens. And then now to be told we're just not going to accept free money from the state of Michigan, use all your sick time, you're no longer our responsibility, we're not going to carry you. I can't accept that. I won't accept that. The city of Southfield is better than that. The men and women of this fire department deserve better than having the mentality and a thought of we're not going to carry you and you're no longer our responsibility. Speaking to the benefit coordinator with the state of Michigan, she said there's usually two scenarios that play out when an individual is approved for cancer funding. Scenario one is the city looks at that individual, apologizes, and thanks him for his service, and then proceeds to accept that benefit, and then tell the individual, we're not going to take any sick time from you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for everything we did. We're not going to charge you any sick leave. We recognize that you got this from work. The other option is they accept the 80% and they apologize to the individual and they say, we're sorry, but we have to take 20% of your sick leave. It's just what we have to do as a municipality. It's where we're at, and it's financially what we have to do. And the thing that really bothers me with this whole thing is all John Martin wants to do is come back to work. He doesn't want to be a liability. He doesn't want to be looked on as having somebody that needs to be carried. He's just in a tough spot in his life and needs a little help. And he deserves it. He's given 27 years of his life to the citizens. To think that now he's just not going to be taken care of anymore, I can't accept it. And I know you as the council members, you know he deserves better. Now, I don't want to ask for you to accept what I feel is right. I want you to look and speak amongst the council and make a determination which one of those options is best for the city. Which one can the city best afford? Whether it's thank you for your service, we're not going to charge you any of your sick time, get better and come back and be healthy and continue to serve the citizens, or if the city feels it necessary to take the 20% of his sick leave. But either way, he's been approved since June, and he hasn't had a single well-wish, get better soon. Like, at what point is enough enough? Like, we as firefighters are willing to risk our lives to protect the citizens. And historically, the city of Southfield has continually and repeatedly fought for us. Like, where did we lose that? When did we get to a point where instead of being fought for, we're just going to be told enough is enough and see you later, go ahead and retire? So I ask you, council, caucus amongst yourself, figure out what is the best thing to be done here, and do that. Show the men and women of this department that we matter, that we are valued, and that us risking our lives is not falling on, something has to happen. We can't risk our lives for nothing. And if you take action and you show the men and women of this department that you care, you will get 1,000 times more in return. There's only a few individuals who are able to make it here. But I can guarantee you with everything that I know and that I have, that if you support them, they will go to the ends of the earth for the citizens of this city. And they do it on a regular basis. And just do the right thing. Fight for them the way that they are willing to fight for the citizens. And I appreciate not cutting me off. I recognize I've gone over on my time. But fight for us. And we'll fight for you guys 10 times more than you could ever imagine. So talk amongst yourselves. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have about the cancer presumption funding. And it's free money from the state of Michigan. They're willing to give 80% of his salary. Probably could have saved the city $25,000 so far. They're just willing to give the money, and it's just a matter of accepting it. So thank you, and I appreciate your time, and like I said, I look forward to answering any and all questions that you may have on this.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I understand that our HR director had wanted to briefly respond.
Good evening, Council. City of Southfield Administration and Human Resources Department has been engaged in labor contract negotiations with Southfield Fire Department union representatives since the expiration of the last contract on June 30th, 2023. The health, safety, and welfare of every Southfield resident, visitor, and employee is always the utmost concern of the city. The City of Southfield is aware of several of its fire stations have been in service for decades and require continued maintenance, as would be the case with any building. City leadership remains committed to taking necessary action to resolve any maintenance issues that arise.
Okay. Thank you.
Fix it.
Next speaker is Jay Reed.
Good evening. Residents Council, with the utmost respect, my name is Jay Reed, and on behalf of the residents and the Southfield, Michigan delegation, of which I'm a part of, there has been an ad in the paper from 18410 Magnolia Drive, and it's produced misinformation carrying the facade that, and I quote, "times have changed." Now, again, with utmost respect, there was also a job posting in that same paper for the city clerk and the city treasurer elected positions. Now, how is it that large amounts of money was paid for this false information endorsed by certain seated members that stand before me, but no money has put forward to assist in finding and grooming individuals to run for these positions, even outside of clerk and treasurer roles? It shows that there may not be any plans to drive Southfield forward in its leadership, no succession plans, or no readiness, and then, in all due respect, look where it has led us now, reverting back to taking away the rights of voting. So in the Southfield school system and in these very chambers, we were taught and told that you cannot put a price on democracy, and yet seeing that it wasn't that long ago that women and African Americans had been elected the right to vote, I would suggest that the morals and standards of this council would value the rights of the residents and not anything else. And if the only answers residents can be given is to save money, to live better, like Walmart, then I'm afraid that Southfield is in worse array than the U.S. Congress at this time. Also, I would like to point out that these positions answer to the residents instead of anyone else, because who would we be holding accountable if not brought before the residents? Where's the transparency? Where's the accountability? And just because our neighboring cities are set up in such a way and jumping off of a cliff, does that mean that Southfield has to jump off the same cliff and follow suit? Because last time I checked, we were a leading city and not an incompetent city. So voters, if we do not get the real answers for our questions, then I'm afraid that the hands of of our leadership and council are in the hands of the residents. So vote no on November 7th to both of the proposals and keep the clerk and the city treasurer elected and not appointed. You have the rights to know who is over your budget. You have the rights to know who is over the elections and ensuring a safe election for the city of Southfield moving forward. Thank you. All respect.
Thank you. Next is Keith Harris.
How you doing today? My name is Keith Harris. I'm gonna tell you, we had one of our residents in 1965, Viola LaRusso. She gave up her life. She's buried right down on Beach and 10 Mile in the cemetery. She gave up her life, a white woman, for me to have the right to vote. See, we just swore in somebody to take an oath to this city. But, you know, I took an oath to the people who have got murdered for the right to vote. I took an oath to make sure that that right will never be taken away. The murder of Dr. King wouldn't just be in vain. I mean, when we think about these rights, just like these firemen behind us, putting their lives on the line every day for us. They put their lives out there. They shouldn't have to fight for what they need. We shouldn't have to fight for the vote. Just like these men behind us, I've seen they work. I've seen these guys save people on my block, a man who fell off the roof, another guy who with dementia, didn't know which way he was going. I've seen these guys do their rescues. And now we got to rescue them, and we got to rescue the right to vote. Where are we going in Southfield? What's going on here? We elected each and every one of you to put our best interests at heart, and you fell in us. I'm telling the firemen, don't talk to you, talk to the residents. Get out and meet us, because we're going to stand behind them. I took an oath to protect the union, to protect the schools, the right to home ownership. All of this, I'm going to fight for it. The fight won't end. We got our UAW brothers out there fighting right now for more wages. And then and they building cars, they saving lives. Don't make them beg for what they need, and don't make us beg to keep the right to vote. Do the right thing.
I'd just like to remind everyone, this is a business meeting. If we could please keep the clapping to a minimum, it would be appreciated. Next speaker is Stacy Jackson.
Good evening. Stacy Jackson, President of Beechwood Acres Homeowners Association. While I did not come here tonight to say what I'm about to say, I will say it. It is important that the men and women behind me that serve Southfield's Fire Department know that the Beechwood Acres community will stand in solidarity with you. I echo the sentiments that my husband said. Our firefighters should not have to beg for what they need. It is appalling that this council would so readily not put the needs of its communities at heart when making its decisions. It's appalling that you would think that simply changing the charter so that you have the right to appoint a clerk and a treasurer is doing the right thing. It is wrong, particularly when this council, this administration, teeters on the brink of civil injustice and city corruption. We are aware of the predatory property tax foreclosures in the tune of $37 million. At some point, those who have been disserviced will come to collect. We should be mindful that the residents behind me and those watching are the ones who elected you here. We put you here to make those decisions, to be the moral fabric of this community. And as my husband just said, you are failing. I'd like for you to take into consideration what that means, that you are failing the residents of your community. When you have firefighters who literally risk their lives daily coming to you to plead for things that they need, you should be appalled. I am. I'm disgusted by it. I am also disgusted that this council did not take into consideration the history of 66% of its population to know that people were mutilated, tortured, hung, murdered for the right to vote. Not just for 1965, but for every year after that. Think about what you are doing. You are all on the wrong side of history. Please, be a wise council. Put the thoughts of your residents and all of its community leaders into perspective. We deserve the right to vote on every election, especially for the person who counts our vote and counts our money.
Our next speaker is Robert Willis.
Thank you, Robert Willis, 28435 Brooks Lane. Quite simply, Proposal 1 and Proposal 2 are undemocratic. They deserve to be turned down. We have had a history of trying to vote. We look at the news every day, and what we see is people having their votes suppressed. And this is a different approach to that same kind of suppression. We can go to the polls every day, but if there's no one to vote for that we choose, it is a suppression of our vote. That, I believe, is undemocratic and should not pass. My thinking is the proposal, if passed, takes away our vote. I'm going to keep this short. I'm going to ask the citizens and everyone who can hear us, please don't take away our right to vote. We deserve it. Thank you.
Next is Greg Keeler.
Greg Keeler, resident, City of Southfield. I have a hard time understanding why a man has given his life for the residents of City of Southfield and he has to come and beg for money. Because if you had any idea of what type of chemicals and flames and stuff that they inhale when they go inside these burning buildings for us, he should be able to get his money and should be able to retire in peace for whatever little bit of life he has. Should not have to come in here begging for it. And that he does it willingly over and over again to save us. And yet, during COVID, we called them heroes. But now when they come asking for something from us, there shouldn't be a silence. There should be yes. Now, as far as this issue with voting, y'all seem to fall right within the same hands. You don't consider the people who vote for y'all competent. Because if you consider us competent enough and we put y'all up there, y'all should resign. Because if we were competent enough to put you up there, we should be competent enough to put our clerk in there and our treasurer in there. And if we are found incompetent, you should all go. Make it nice and easy. We can get a whole new crew in here. But this appointment stuff, no. You are overwhelmingly up there. There's only 3 of y'all up there who has never been appointed. The quorum of y'all are appointees. That means that you weren't chosen originally by us to get up there and get your position. And I know that y'all see that as a route to getting up there and being up there. But I believe every other month, Ms. Gerald tells y'all, you are accountable to us. But y'all don't seem like y'all accountable to us. You want somebody else to be accountable to you. When will you start acting like you are accountable to voters, to the residents, as opposed to that you're your own self-guided missile or whatever, to do whatever you want? It should not have to be told to you time and time again, every other month, that you are accountable. Which means that y'all don't believe y'all are accountable. That's why this thing is stuck here, to be appointed and not be done by the people of the city of Southfield. In 1958, 65 years ago,
Your time is up.
people voted for clerk. In 2023, the only thing that's changed is the demographic of people, and you're taking away the vote. That is a shame and disgraceful.
The next speaker is Linda Rice.
Hello, I'm Linda Rice. I've been a resident for 25 years, and I brought my son to his first meeting. I came to speak about the deer population and what's being done. I haven't heard any more information, but there's been some very important issues brought up. I've discussed with him already the issue of the voting, our voting rights, that when we receive the information in the mail, and I was really stunned to see that we wouldn't be able to possibly vote for the people that are representing us, and instead of being appointed, you're going to decide who's going to be, instead of being voted in, you're going to decide who's going to be appointed. I thought that was a very bad idea, and I discussed it with him. And I also support our firemen totally and completely. So I'd like to know how we're going to receive information about what's happening with the deer and these other issues. How do we get information about that? How are we going to find out? Do we come to the next meeting? How do we find out what's going to be done about these important issues? Thank you.
Ms. Rice, the deer population, the issues with the deer population, the city does have a sub-page on its website for the Wildlife Commission, and they have an information packet out there. Okay. Okay, we will have someone reach out to you. It should be. We'll have someone reach out to you and give you that information. So when someone reaches out, they can direct you to the information on the website for the other information as well. Our next speaker is Vanessa Burrell.
Good evening. I'm here concerning 2 items, really. The proposal, I'd like to address a little bit later, but I have been coming for a couple of months about the road in front of my home. Construction was done. It wasn't done properly. There's still a hole in the front of the road. Lee was supposed to contact me to let me know when that was going to be taken care of. It never was. So it brings me to the proposal. If I have appealed multiple times for months to the council about a problem with a construction project that was not done properly in my neighborhood, and nothing was done. So now I'm supposed to trust the same people to appoint someone for the city clerk's office and the treasury, which are very important roles in any city. How can we trust you to do that when I can't get my road fixed? I can't get the hole on a new road fixed in front of my house. The weeds were sprayed when they put the seed down in the grass. The lawn is still messed up, and my neighbor's lawn. Nothing has been done. So once again, council, I'm asking you, as a collective group, to do something about the problems on Aberdeen with that particular road, and you have all the information. The last time I was here, Councilperson Brightwell, you were sort of dismissive and portrayed me as sort of malcontent, and I'm not. I've been a citizen in this city for 27 years, very active in my community and my church. So I want what's best for my neighborhood, and I want what's best for Southfield. And we need for our council to listen when the citizens bring issues to you. And also support our fire department. It's unconscionable that that's not being dealt with. So I thank you for the time, and I hope that I don't have to address the issue about the hole in the pavement that was done in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if the lady mentioned I said something about you are a malcontent, I've never expressed those words.
Well,
And I'm
you
a-
did imply that the roads, everyone else was happy with the roads, and some people come in and they just sort of complain, and that's a malcontent, and I'm not that. I'm just simply trying to address a problem in my neighborhood, particularly in front of a road on the street. There's a hole in the road that was just done. It was just
Okay,
paved.
well, you were saying words, something that I said, and I live in that neighborhood, so I have never spoken those words, and.
It was here.
I was here. Okay, well. you
Yes,
can-
sir. It was here. Yes. I wouldn't say
Okay.
it if it wasn't true, and I did not like it because I had already made my statement and walked away and sat in my seat, and then the comment was made in conclusion that you thought everything was fine, and it's not fine, because I wouldn't come here in the evening to say something's fine. If it was fine, I wouldn't be here. So waste the time.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
we'll make sure we have Lee follow up to make sure this gets done satisfactorily, correct?
Yes.
We'll make sure.
I appreciate it. And I know there were several. Ms. Banks, you addressed it. Manenbaum, same thing. Of course, Mrs. Taylor. But I didn't like that comment that you made, and I just wanted to address it. And I am a tax-paying citizen like all of us are, and that's not how you address your taxpayers. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Can I also request that within a week, that council also, the entire council and the mayor receives a report about the hole that is in the street? Because she has been coming here, last month and a half, 2 months, and I find it hard to believe no one has even contacted her. So can we get an update on that, please, also?
Yes.
Thank
We
you.
will talk to Lee.
I would add
I thought it
that,
was the grass issue.
Ms. Burrell, I walked your street from Catalpa to 11 Mile personally, and I would agree with you, it's not satisfactory. Most of the grass that I saw is crabgrass. It is not, and there were other weeds, and it was all roughly a foot and a half from the curb. I was told by Ms. Schultz that they would come back out with cooler weather, which we now have, and remediate the problem. So I do want you to know that you weren't ignored, at least by my office. And, I actually walked the whole block of 3 blocks between 11 Mile and Catalpa.
I appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. I understand there was someone else who signed up, who wanted to speak that didn't have a chance to sign up. Please come up to the microphone.
My name is Joseph Person. I'm the chair of the Southfield Lathrop Village Democratic Club. Ladies and gentlemen, the residents of Jackson, Mississippi are over 80% black, and their rights were taken away from them with the Bill 1020 in the Mississippi legislature. This bill would allow court personnel, judges, and prosecuting attorneys to be appointed by only white statewide officials in the state of Mississippi. Now, the black citizens of Jackson make up 80% of the population. Black Southfielders make up 70% of Southfield, and voter suppression is being evidenced by Proposal 1 and 2 on the November 7th ballot. Voting yes on Proposal 1 and 2 would take the decision from the voters and give it to the Southfield City Administrator, who doesn't live in Southfield, and to appoint our city clerk and city treasurer. Why didn't the city administrator and the city council have town hall meetings for the voters to get their stance on the issues? Why weren't the voters educated on the measures to appoint city clerk and city treasurer before placing the measure on the November ballot? Why were the ballot proposals written differently on your website or written differently on the mailings that we've received? And finally, right now in the Sun-Times, the city of Southfield are posting descriptions for the city clerk and the city treasurer. Sounds like the city of Southfield thinks the ballot proposals are adopted. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, I stand with y'all. On August 4th, fire department came to my house and got me. They didn't talk about it. They took this war veteran to the hospital to make sure. And it wasn't serious, just I didn't do the maintenance I should have did, and they caught up with me. But this fire department, and brother, I stand with you. You are wrong. You are wrong. Take care of this man, because he's taking care of your citizens of Southfield. In this election here, in the Southfield Lathrop Village Democratic Club is going to do everything they can to make sure the ballot initiative gets defeated, and to make sure that Charles Hicks gets elected to the city council. And we also going to make sure that we keep working towards change. I agree with y'all, the document you put out about change. We do need change on the city council. So have a nice day, but folks, vote no on Proposal 1 and 2, November 7th. Thank you.
I apologize, Mr. Council President. I forgot to sign up as well. You know, I'm appalled that some of my people, and I'm going to turn around and look at you because I don't need a microphone. I am so sick and tired of you guys playing the race card for every election that we have. First of all, my firefighters.
Excuse me, please address the council.
My firefighters. I have been fighting for these firefighters and public safety for over 40 years. I have been through 4 fire chiefs. Do not come up here and take a political issue and use my fire department to make your point. I've been in Southfield for 42 years. I own another home in another city. That's no secret. So I pay taxes in both cities. We don't have voter suppression in this city. And if we had voter suppression in this city, I would be the first person out there on the lines like I have been for 42 years on everything that did not look right to me. I was in this audience all by myself for 20 years when you guys got your little accolades and then you left. I was here at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm telling you, council, that you are in line to say that that position should be appointed. We need people in this office that knows what they are doing. This is not about you endorsing your buddy Charles Hicks that said Councilwoman Coretta Hogue endorsed him and she didn't. And Charles Hicks said that Rashida Tlaib endorsed him and she didn't. And his name wasn't on the Ask Me 25 list of endorsements, but it's on his literature. Integrity matters when you're running Filing a campaign finance report that's decent and in order matters. Filing on time with accuracy matters. And all I'm going to say to you voters is, go look on the county's website and see who's filing their campaign finances reports on time and with accuracy. Look at how many elected officials in this city owe money. Now, you don't get this right, I'm going to call some names. This is not voter suppression. Stop taking our seniors and making them feel like this is 1968, because it's not. This is about getting qualified people, like in that treasurer's office, to run $250 million. And a plumber can't do it. And Jay Reed ought to be shaming himself, because he's been promised the deputy clerk position, and Nicole gonna have to go.
Excuse me, can we please have... Excuse me, can we please have respect for the speakers? Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, can you please give your name?
Yes, my name's Tracy Pease. You know, I've heard a number of people say that Southfield is one of the only cities that elects their city clerk, that goes ahead and elects a city treasurer. I know that the cities that I live in, the cities that I work in, I know that those cities appoint their city clerk and they appoint their city treasurer. But the biggest difference is this. When's the last time Royal Oak tried a land grab? What about Hazel Park? Ferndale? Because I know that this time last year, that Oakland County was ordered to pay back the residents that lost their homes in predatory tax foreclosures, $37 million. All right, so, and then, back in this past May, the United States Supreme Court went ahead and cited the city of Southfield for predatory tax foreclosures. So how are any of them supposed to trust city council? I am sitting here and I am watching as democracy is taken away from the residents of Southfield by going ahead and not allowing them to vote. And then to find out, just now, that the majority of city council is not elected. You have been appointed. Really? How can you go ahead and say, take away these people's vote? They can think, I know many of them here, they're not stupid. They're able to make a decision. They're able to go to the polls. And thank you to Jocelyn Benson for making it so much easier for people to go ahead and vote. And then to go ahead and see a fireman come up here and beg for assistance, when you know that if this building or if your house was on fire, they wouldn't think twice. They would run in and they would do what they had to do to save you. But you don't want to save them.
Your time is up.
Yeah.
Just give us your name, please.
Sure, Myron Thomas. I'm a city resident of Southfield.
All right, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I was going to keep it brief. 9 Mile and Berg Road, that traffic light should not be set at 10 seconds. That's quick, fast, and in a hurry. Second point, you have ordinances that are designed to remove the ability of your city residents to do what they want to do with their homes. You've used Ordinance 216 as a means to walk into people's yards and tell them to remove whatever they have. You've also restricted access and taken away rights of citizens by using that ordinance. I just wanted to be brief with that. Give them their money. Don't take people's voting rights.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who did not have time to sign up to speak? One
Point
minute.
of order?
Hold. There's one
Point
person
of
coming
order.
up.
Mr. President.
Yes.
May
Yeah, Madam Clerk?
I am a city clerk with over 30 years' experience. I cannot sit here and allow some words to be used that are inappropriate for the discussion that we are having. I have repeatedly heard the words suppression, oppression, and this is not what is happening in my city of 35 years. I don't need any encouragement. I do want you to understand, voters, all of you, that you have the right to have any opinion about the matters before you. And council is literally asking you to vote. Literally, they're not suppressing the vote, they're requesting the vote. They're asking you to give your determination on what you want to do. You have the right to decide whatever that should be. But it is not suppression to ask someone to literally vote for a decision. And I think that that must be said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please just give your name, and again, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Diana Pegler. I'm a resident of the city of Southfield, a retiree from the city of Southfield. My first comment is regarding the fire department. That is so sad. That's wrong. Something needs to be done to help that firefighter. Next of all, I remind the residents of the city of Southfield, with voting comes responsibility. And if in fact you vote no, and that's your choice, you want to come and visit your house, and you want to make sure that everything is being done that should be done the way it should be done. The mistake that was made is that there were no requirements for either position, the city clerk or the city treasurer. That's appalling. Times have changed, and you do have to have requirements, but you don't have any, so what are we going to do? And so the residents have to make sure that their house is kept in order.
Hello, how are you? My name is Alma Shannon, and I'm on Beach.
I'm sorry, what was your name?
Alma, A-L-M-A, Shannon.
Thank you.
I'm on Beach Road Freeway. I was reading through the paperwork, and I might be a little ahead of time or need to wait, but I want to understand what's going on with E on the ordinance and the agenda items for the discussion about Beechwood Parks. So am I too early? Are you going to talk about it?
We're going to be talking about it a little bit later.
Okay. All right, I'll wait. Thank you.
Okay.
Take care of our firefighters, please. Thank you.
Yolanda Haynes, Southfield resident. I was not coming up to speak today because I was gardening and I wanted to watch football. But I'm glad I did come. With all that's going on, I think that all of our residents, if it would be good if we could remember a few things. With what's happening with this war, wars start out by small disagreements, and then they get worse. When someone doesn't like you for whatever reason, the color of your skin, the color of your hair, the way you live, what you buy, and it turns into ugliness. I stated one time that I was bullied as a kid, and you remember those things that people say to you when you become an adult. If you don't fight back when you're a kid, you learn to fight back, and sometimes people fight back in ugly ways. And I think that we have some bullies here in this city. And I was going to wait till after November to talk about it, but we need to talk about it now. There's a way to get your point across without being ugly, nasty, ignorant, vile, and disrespectful. And I think we need to stop it. We are sending a bad example to our children. We are sending a bad example to the people that are looking at our city to come here to live. It's okay to disagree, but it is not right to treat people ugly or to say things about them because they disagree with you. It needs to stop. This is how small wars start, and this is why people don't want to be involved with anything because of bully tactics and ugly people with the name calling, the disrespect that goes on. And you know what? I'm sick of it, and I think there are a lot of other people that are too, and this is why they don't come out. This is why they don't want to be around. We can do better than this in our city, and we should do better than this, and it should start with each person. You know what, in this election, so what if you win, so what if you lose? You still don't have to act like this. It's enough is enough. And you know what? I'm tired of it, and anybody else is tired of it. Why don't you start saying it? I put out a sign in front of a restaurant the other day that said, be kind. If you can't be kind, if you don't have anything good to say, shut up. And if you don't like what's going on here, get the hell out of Southfield. Yes, I said it. We can disagree, but you know what? This has got to stop. You know, and I'm tired of it, and I'm not going to stand for it anymore, and I'm not going to allow people to come to me and say anything to me, and I'm not afraid of anybody that comes to me to say anything. I will stand up for myself, and I will stand up for other people that are afraid to speak out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, folks. I was not going to speak to you either, but I can't sit quietly. First thing I wanted to say is a positive message. This is Councilman Frazier's last meeting. I want to thank him for all of his years of service to this city. And he is currently appointed, that's true, but he has run for election many, many times in the past. He just kind of filled a spot this time.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can I just get you to say your name and address, please?
Pardon?
Can I just get you to say your name and address, please?
Gail Mazie, I'm sorry. I live on 10 Mile. Okay. I also want to thank our city clerk for pointing out the fact that this matter is on the ballot to vote whether you want this to be an unappointed position or an elected position in the future. This current election, however, is the prime example of the problem we have. I've been in this city for 46 years. Up till now, we've been very lucky with having people who knew what they were doing in the clerk and treasurer's office. This time, it is my understanding that the people that have been running for clerk have admitted they have absolutely no experience whatsoever in running a clerk's office. That's a problem. Ms. Bettis stepped in and helped us out when we had a vacancy, but I think this is a problem that does need to be fixed. Even if the option is to continue to elect someone, you can't be electing people on a popularity contest or name recognition with no qualifications for the office. And I think that's a significant problem. We had that previously a while back with somebody running for treasurer, and I can't imagine what it would be like to have somebody in charge of all of our money that has no experience. So however we remedy this, something has to change.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a comment.
Yes.
So we've listened to quite a bit of rhetoric for several months now regarding proposals 1 and 2. This is a business decision. This is not about race. This is not about voter suppression. This is about conducting the city's business in two very important departments. The treasurer's office and the clerk's office each have roughly 10 staff members each. It's about running a major function of the city of Southfield. The elected representatives, your elected representatives, looked at the charter as it's written and unanimously chose to put this on the ballot to ask the public to weigh in on whether the city clerk and treasurer should continue to be elected, and the feeling is that they should be appointed. And why? Because of these areas need greater accountability, and we need protection of the city's finances and voting processes. There are no qualifications for either office. You don't have to have any prior experience, you don't have to have any education, you don't have to have any community involvement. All you have to do is be a registered voter and live in the city for 1 year. And times have changed. When the charter was written in 1958, the role of the clerk and treasurer were much simpler. They were not as complicated as they are today, with increased rules and regulations and laws governing these two departments. In 1958, there were about 20,000 residents. Today, there are 77,000. In 1958, there were roughly $2 million that the treasurer oversaw. Today, it's $215 million. Southfield is the only city in Oakland County that elects its clerk and treasurer. In fact, 85% of Michigan cities and towns have appointed clerks and treasurers. Some have said, well, the system's not broke, why not fix it? We should wait until we have a crisis before, and then fix a potential problem. Obviously, other communities have figured this out long before us. Something that's always bothered me, and this is not a reflection on the present office holders, but it's always bothered me that the clerk and the treasurer are running city departments, yet they do not report to the city administrator, who has no control over their decision-making or their conduct. Again, I think that this is unsound and not a good practice. The city treasurer today has responsibility for bond rating, for making sure that taxes are collected, as well as investing the funds. You just don't turn $230 million over to somebody and say, well, good luck. And, we're really appalled that the charter amendment proposals are being cast as voter suppression Nothing could be further from the truth. Again, this is a business decision that we are asking voters to decide. We resent that this loaded term is being applied here. And, you know, I would add that some have said that this is a racist conspiracy to keep African Americans out of office. Nothing could be further from the truth. This city is an equal opportunity employer and has an excellent track record of hiring minorities and women. And when anyone examines the diversity of the city's workforce, and these facts don't square, our housing, legal, code, facilities, human services, purchasing, human resources, police, fire departments, clerk office, and other departments are led by minorities, particularly by women of color. And as I've said for years, especially since 2016, when the voices of hate were given a platform in this country, that I live in a bubble in Southfield. In my day-to-day life, I do not hear derogatory comments about immigrants, Jewish people, African Americans, gay people, etc. Ironically, the only place that I hear these comments are in this very chamber, with folks who come to the microphone under public comment. And as Councilman Cruz has said, we are bringing this proposal to the city, to the residents of this city, as a matter of good practice, and we will let the voters decide. And if the voters say, no, we want to continue to elect our clerk and treasurer, we will live with that decision. We are asking that you give this your fair consideration and that we are not, the conspiracies that have been suggested, there's just no basis to this. And I would finally add that this was a unanimous decision of this council, and it's supported by me, as I think it's, again, a sound business practice. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With that, I will turn it over to you for your presentation.
And now on to some brighter news, okay? We could use that this evening. I'd like to call up Harmon Gunther and Dolores Flagg. As I've done every year that I've been mayor, I join over 500 communities in the United States in celebrating Extra Mile Day, which is November 1st. But since we are not meeting on November 1st, I wanted to bring this to council this evening. So Ms. Flagg and Mr. Gunther, welcome. So we have a proclamation before you honoring Harmon Gunther and Dolores Flagg on Extra Mile Day 2023, which again is November 1st. And whereas Southfield is a community that appreciates when its citizens go the extra mile in personal effort, service, and volunteerism. And whereas through various efforts to support the community, such as the Big Rake, Friends of the Southfield Public Arts, the annual Martin Luther King Peace Walk, the Friends of the Library, the Historical Society, any advisory group or neighborhood association board, Southfield is a community that chooses to shine the light on those individuals who give of themselves with total effort and go that extra mile. So whereas Southfield salutes in 2023 the Extra Mile honorees Harmon Gunther, who was a very active parent in the Southfield Public Schools. For 25 years, Harmon served as president of the Cranbrook Neighborhood Association, just recently stepping down. And since 2010, he's been an engaged member of the city's Total Living Commission, and he was a former member for 6 years of COSA. And whereas Southfield salutes 2023 Extra Mile honoree Dolores Flagg, who is an educator, an artist, an advocate for the arts and human rights. Dolores creates opportunities for youth, and in the community, she volunteers her time, her energy to the following organizations. She serves as chair of the Southfield Public Arts Commission, vice chair of the Friends of Southfield Public Arts. She's a member of the Detroit Urban League, National Basketball Retired Players Association, Anti-Drug Coalition, the Kimmy Orrin Jazz Festival, the Rhonda Walker Foundation, and supporter of the Martin Luther King Peace Walk. Ms. Flagg has received numerous honors and awards for her dedicated service and commitment. She's certainly someone that goes above and beyond. So whereas in the 2023 Extra Mile honorees demonstrate that one person can make a difference and bring positive change and improve the ability of, or the quality of life in Southfield as a community and the community at large. And now therefore be it resolved that I, Kenson Siver, Mayor of the City of Southfield, County of Oakland, State of Michigan, do hereby proclaim November 1st, 2023 as Extra Mile Day in the City of Southfield, and am proud to recognize Harmon Gunther and Dolores Flagg as our 2023 Extra Mile volunteers. Harmon, I want to present this to you, and if you'd like to say a word or two.
Thank you very much.
They'll need to get close to the microphone. And I'm going to ask your wife, who's always been behind you, to come on up. Geraldine? Harmon's out doing these things, and somebody's at home with the 6 kids, right?
4. Gotta move this over. Okay. Thank you very much. It's an honor I'm very thankful to receive this honor. And if it weren't for my wife and family to support my endeavors in my homeowners association and Total Living Commission, I wouldn't be here. As the mayor knows, it takes a team to head an organization, and my team is fantastic. I'm glad to pass it on to our new president, Margie Mason, who's already established a webpage for the organization. Pat Beck, an outstanding citizen who, if you remember, our signage was demolished twice. She headed the effort to have those walls rebuilt. She takes care of the 8 islands and gardens in our subdivision till recently. So without Pat being first a treasurer, a master gardener, and just a very good friend of ours, we wouldn't have been able to do it, to receive this honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. And Dolores?
Congratulations, Harmon. Thank you. Okay. Council members, President, and the community, thank you. I cannot say it loud enough. Southfield has been good. That's not to say it has not had its challenges. We all have our challenges, but we persevere. And one of the beautiful things I like about this city of Southfield is that you persevere, we persevere. And that's what I love about it, and that's why giving is not difficult. When you like something and you see something, you give, and you make sure that it stays around. Working and giving to the city of Southfield has been a joy. I had my ups and downs, but believe me, my ups outweighed my downs. So I just want to say on behalf of my family and the friends, my family could not be here right now. However, I speak from my heart, and the mayor is like we won't go into personal connection. He has been a teacher, a mentor, in many, many ways. And they say you lead by example, and certainly he has done that. And I look at Maya Frazier. You are a beacon. I love you for the service that you've done. I love you because of who you are. Yes. And so at the risk of not being long-winded, if you can feel my heart and what I'm feeling right now, it is overjoyed with gratitude and appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. No. Yeah, we can have a motion for the proclamation. You want to go for it? Yeah, go for it.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I'd like to approve the proclamation for Extra Mile Day, November 1st, 2023.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Cruz, supported by Councilman Hoag, to approve the proclamation of Extra Mile Day for November 1st, 2023, honoring Harmon Gunther and Dolores Flagg. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I just want to also add that I did have the privilege of serving on the Total Living Commission with Harmon for a number of years, and I learned a lot about how active he is and how much he really cares about the city. So thank you for that honor.
Mr. Chair, thanks for bringing it up. I know both individuals who received this award, and it's exceptional. And when I first ran for office, I was instructed to talk to Herman Gunther. So I spoke to Mr. Gunther back in 2015, and I got some pretty sage advice back then, and Herman has been a rock in the political atmosphere of Southfield. And so, Herman, I just want to thank you for being you, and also going back to 2015, spreading some wisdom to a young person who wanted to get involved in the city of Southfield. Thank you very much.
Councilman Cruz?
Yes, I'm going to piggyback on just what you said, but I go back to 2013.
You're older than me.
And I met Mr. Gunther at their neighborhood association's barbecue in the summer for the very first time. And he did, like Dan just said, he talked to me for a good little while, gave me plenty of advice, and it really meant a lot and took me a lot of places that, you know, or at least gave me the ideas that I needed to be, you know, be someone who'd be successful here. And to his wife, real quick, we walked in together just today, and I said, I think I know you. And now I know why, because you were there too. And to Ms. Flagg, let me just say this. If anybody in here plays golf and you see her coming, you better stay away. But she also has just been a beacon of light herself in this city, and I just smile every time I see her, and this is well deserved. Mr. Mayor, you made some great selections.
Thank you. Councilwoman Taylor?
Yes, I just want to add that I'm familiar with both candidates, or recipients, I should say, and they both are very well deserving. I want to personally say congratulations to both of you, and every day you go an extra mile, not only for yourselves, but for the residents of Southfield. You go out of your way to make sure that everything is done and done correctly, properly, and in order. And for all that you do, I just want to say thank you.
Councilwoman Banks?
Thank you. I'd also like to echo what my colleagues said, especially Councilman Cruz. Both of you have been an inspiration in our city. Ms. Flagg, when I first met you, you were a precinct worker, and I talked you into being a precinct chair. I remember you didn't want to do it, but It's that smile, your positive energy. I said, we need people like you, and you really set a new standard at the location that you worked at. And to Harmon, I'm not sure what to say except thank you for, you know, all your years of service and your guidance. Both of you, well-deserved. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councilman Frazier?
And we worked together. We talked together. He supported me when I was running for office. And I thank you properly, but thank you so much for this flag. I've always been a fan of hers. Ever since I first met her. She's just such a nice person. And so pleasant to talk with. And active in the community. So whenever I was involved with some things, I look around and I can see her there too. And one thing I would like to say to the mayor, I would offer this suggestion that the communication between the city of Southfield and the state should be a two-way communication. And I would like to see a copy of the presentation that we made sent to our representatives up in Lansing so that they would know that, keep it fresh in their minds. I know they know what's going on in Southfield, but keep it fresh in their minds, but we're still chugging along and doing good things.
Consider it done.
Right. Councilwoman Hoag?
Well, I won't be left out in saying some good things. Although I don't know either of you personally, I've known you both from afar, watching the work that you've done for the city. Mr. Gunther, for years, I've seen him come, pull up that van. As a matter of fact, when I would come and watch the councils, and even now, I wait to make sure I see his van pull up. I want to make sure he's on his way here. It's that common thing that you're used to and you want to see. You see these people here. And Mrs. Flagg, I know she's a classy lady because she's also my SOAR, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. However, even without that, she's a very classy, hardworking lady, and I just give my thanks to both of you for shining a light on the city and then being leaders yourselves. Thank you.
Also, I would be remiss if I didn't mention Ms. Flagg either. I know that whenever there's an art event in the city, you can always find her, usually telling the mayor what to do with art events, but she's always there in full force, making sure that things go off without a hitch. So thank you very much. All right, the next part of our agenda is our consent agenda. Before I go through the agenda, is there any items that you wish to have pulled for further discussion? Councilman Frazier?
Yes, I would like to pull several items. The questions I have, won't take long to answer.
Which items are those?
But I would like to pull, let's see, D, E, and J.
All right, Councilman Brightwell, you had the items you wanted pulled?
Yeah, I like to, for clarification purposes, item A, item H, and also item J.
Okay. Council, any other items? Okay, so let's go through these items. First is the item A, approval to purchase new cubicles for the police department. And we have, I want to say Lieutenant Taylor to speak to that. I know there's been so many promotions.
Mr. President, on item A, I'd like to just point out that there was, in the actual resolution, there was a typo and some carryover material. And the actual item is to buy cubicles and install. There was some reference to some, in the item sent out Friday afternoon, there was an error in the resolution, and that has since been corrected in the newer version. So that if that's your first question, and that was the question I fielded from a number of council members over the weekend.
All right. Did that answer your question? Or
No.
did you have something else?
I had something else.
Okay.
Council President, just so you're aware, I'm actually here for item B, but if I can answer any questions regarding
Oh.
item A, I will, but I'm not part
sorry.
of that project.
I thought you were here for all the police department. Did I get your rank correct?
I'm not worried about that, but yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, so go ahead with your question.
Yeah, this is, I'm pretty much for these particular items, but item A is symptomatic of what I want to bring up. And I know this was done a couple of years ago, we have a lot of contingencies built into a lot of our contracts and proposals, and I want to make sure, can we get it's something at some point in time, how much money of those contingencies have been spent and how much was not spent? This is a budgetary issue. I mean, it's a money management issue. In every organization I've ever been in, and I was at an early stage of my life responsible for a budget. And when I was in my late teens, I was in the Army. And the biggest thing was, at the end of the year, we had money left over, spend it. Just spend the money. So, but there are a couple items, and I brought this up before, but I want to see, can we get a running tally of how much money we have saved from not spending the contingencies and not spending the amount of money that's allocated? We have a item with the boiler, also have the contingency and then another item for the water heater for the ice rink. Those are three items in this package that I saw that had contingencies built into them. And since I've been here, well, obviously, it come up every industry. Every time we have a contract, there's something built into it. I think a couple of years ago, Lee gave us a report of how much was actually not spent in the contingencies. And I would like to see that report just as soon as we can to get a handle on what's going on. And we probably make it a continuing report every year. Somebody just tell us how much we did not spend that was allocated. So that's the reason for my want to pull this, just from a pure, financial management standpoint.
If I may, Mr. President, in this particular item, we have added a 20% contingency in the event of unforeseen circumstances. If I understand the question, you're looking for a running total of when different projects by line item go into their contingency. In this case, the bid award is for $18,945, and then we add a 20% contingency. So you're looking for what that running total is for cumulative problems. I'll speak with our finance director and just see. As council is aware, on most and all of our capital projects, we add a contingency amount. The reason is so that in the event there's something that comes up, an unforeseen circumstance, we can keep the project moving forward and not have to come back to city council.
Right, I understand the concept. The contingencies is a good management tool, and it works. It saves time and money. But just for instance here, what caught me was contingency for unforeseen. So when I was doing budgets and spending money, I could always have some unforeseen to keep my money from being spent. But in essence, it's a management tool, and maybe I'm too deep into the weeds, but that is we can save money from these contingencies and this add X percent for this, X percent for that. If it's not spent, it just go back into the general fund or whatever account it came from. This is.
Clearly, if it's unspent, it goes back to the line item that was there. But I'll speak with our finance director and see if there's, by individual accounts where we can run these totals. And
Okay.
Okay. Then item D, the plumbing repair bids.
Dan talked so long that I got one more. Actually, well, I'll do D then, but I also want to talk about C. D is the plumbing.
Yes.
We're minority or female businesses considered in these bids? Or did we get any from?
On this specific bid, I'm not certain if there were other, in fact, I know there were no other bidders than who are the bidders that are listed. Although today I did meet with our purchasing department regarding minority bidders, and they are planning a outreach for 2024. As you know, we've had some staffing changes, and perhaps it would be a good idea if purchasing would come before council and present on that. It sounded like some good changes that we need.
Okay, the ones for Detroit, is apparently the opportunity. That may answer my question, I just didn't know.
Understand?
Item C, the furniture that we're going to loan to the nonprofit,
Yes, sir.
why don't we just sell it to them for $1? And the reason that I'm saying, if we loan it to them, it still belongs to us. And if something happens, somebody gets hurt, you know, it's going to be, we're going to be involved with it. If we sell it to them as is for $1, like we're going to buy the school, just sell it to them for $1, it's theirs, what happens, happens.
I understand this was actually written with input from purchasing and finance. Finance's recommendation was to loan it because of the problem with gifting things, and that's also a problem if you sell something without a competitive bidding process. So the only way we could sell it is if we were to list it on Mitten, and then, although the money we would receive from it would always be less than the cost of putting something on Mitten, it may not go to them.
I just hate to have that hang over their head. Something happens.
Your mic is off.
No, I talk loud enough.
All right, is it,
That, okay. The next one is J.
well, can we move to item E first, which is,
No.
I just want to go in order, so, because they were grouped by,
Oh, okay, E.
yeah. Did you have the question, or was that Councilman Brightwell?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
That's changing the boiler in the fire station.
yes.
My question is, was a heat pump considered rather than putting a boiler in? And the reason I ask that question is I have a boiler at my house. I have hot water heat, and it is almost impossible to find anybody to work on a residential one. They may still work on commercial ones, but the second part of it is I keep talking or hearing about the global warming and all, and the experts say that heat pump, you should take a boiler out and put a heat pump in. And I just wonder, was that a consideration when we sent out the bids for changing the boiler?
I do know that TSI, they were not the low bidder, but they did bid on this, always recommends alternatives if they have something that's more efficient. In fact, they recommended replacing a boiler with a forced air that was quite a bit more efficient in our sports arena. So I don't know why one wasn't recommended here. I'm sure they have a reason. But if there was a more energy efficient option, TSI always recommends it.
Okay.
Did that answer the question?
Yes. Is it J?
Yep.
Okay. And the question is, the library, the stuff that we do for the library, do we sell our services to the library? Do they pay us for doing their work?
Well,
And do we,
this is-
the bids and stuff like that, do they do their own bids, or do we do the bids for them? And
Although this isn't our agenda item, I can't address that portion of it. It's sort of a mix with the library. The library with most of the skilled trades, because when the library was built, it was a very complex heating system at the time, and they seek their own bids for that are separate from ours. But for other work, it is done by facilities and they are bid. So it's sort of a mix for the library.
Say that again, please.
Sure. When the library was built, the HVAC system was more complex than anything here on campus. The library went with its own contractor. So for that work they do on their own, they supervise that themselves. For other work done at the library, for instance, the cleaning and so forth, facilities does that and they are billed just like the other departments. So the library is kind of a mix.
Oh, okay, all right. So some they do their own, others they get billed for it.
Things that are better fit for their
Yes.
contractors to do, they handle.
Okay. And I guess that's. Can't read my own writing. Oh, the ducts, that they were going to seal the ducts.
And I think Mary Beal.
Do we know the stuff that's, and the way I understood it is they were going to put some stuff in the ducts to seal the ducts. I don't know if it's going to be outside or inside.
Oh, this is within the library that it's going to
Pardon me?
happen. It's the duct system within the library.
Yes.
So they will be injecting the sealant in the library, inside. But they'll be doing it after hours, and what they're using is something that is non-toxic, not flammable, stable, and so by the time patrons come back in, everything will be completed and dissipated.
Okay, now, the reason I asked that question is, there are a lot of things that at some point in time they seem good, but later on they've turned harmful to people. Asbestos, the mini beads for plastic, Roundup for working in your yard, those kind of things. At one time, they were okay, but now they're not. If they spray stuff inside the duct, and later on they find out it's bad, it's going to be really expensive to clear that out because, you know, the air has to flow through the ducts. And if whatever they're putting in turns out to be harmful, it's going to cost us a ton of money to get it repaired. Does DTE, that's going to do the work, do they know what they're doing with that?
That is a very good question. Thank you for bringing that up. This technology has actually been used in residential ductwork for years and years. The pilot program aspect of it is increasing it into commercial settings. I can get you more information about DTE and what they guarantee with this. Of course, the purchasing department is making sure that they sign all the requisite insurance documents with us.
Okay, now, if I read it correctly, DTE is going to do the work, but we have to buy the stuff that gets sprayed
The
inside?
actual sealant? Yes. What this project was set up is that DTE offered the audit to see if this was something that would work for us, and if we did have the kind of leakage where we would want to adopt a program like this. They took care of all of that. What they did is they turned over their recommendations, and they could see we had about 7.5% leakage in the library, which is significant enough to warrant a sealant program like this. They gave their proposal to facilities, who reviewed it and recommended that we adopt it.
Okay. I want to make sure that I was reading it correctly when I was reading the.
That
right
is
part.
correct. And so what we do at this point as the institution is we pay for the actual sealant work.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Yeah, I had the H and also had G, but since she's here, Madam, can you explain, originally you had a contract with Apex in 2009 for $72,000, and you refreshed it in 2014 for $44,000. And now you want to do a contract with HP, Dale, I'm sorry, for a 5-year contract for $49,000. I had trouble trying to figure out why it went from $71,000, now it's a $49,000 thing for 5 years. Is this because of, and I have a general idea, but can you answer that for me?
Councilman Brightwell, thank you for your question. I'm going to turn this over to our Coordinator of Technology for the library, Kenny Landa.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for the question. The technology has changed greatly since 2009, 2014. So it is an entirely different method of backup, using cloud-based backup rather than using hardware in local servers, local backup, data backup and storage. So that is why the pricing is very different. It also will save us a great amount on utilities because servers create a lot of heat. So there's not as much air conditioning needed, and as well as the servers draw a significant amount of electricity. So those are diminished costs. So that is a 5-year contract, renewable for another 5 at the same pricing.
Okay. I sort of figured it was technology improvement drove the price down.
Yes.
That's what you're telling me. Okay.
Yes, very
But
much
it
so.
wasn't, okay, it wasn't quite clear. Okay, with that, I'm good with that. I have another one, item H.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Item H is the participation with the Oakland County Brownfield Consortium.
Okay. I have a question, just, can you explain this to me in layman's terms? In reading this, it was, it required all my skills of comprehension.
Certainly.
And I kind of figured I would just ask a question. Explain this in layman's terms.
Absolutely. So over the last, I think, 15 years, the city of Southfield has been asked to participate with Oakland County's Brownfield Consortium. The Brownfield Consortium, the county works together with several communities that are looking to help reposition vacant or functionally obsolete properties. They can tap into some funds that are set aside, that are dedicated through a grant through the EPA to encourage people to investigate if there's any contamination or, what the problem might be with properties. And so the county helps coordinate everything. They apply for the grant. They vet all of the consultants that work on the project, and they devote a certain amount of dollars to each community that's part of the consortium. So this year, we're wrapping up. We received $60,000 over the last couple of years as part of the last consortium. As those dollars have been all spent on different projects, we used some of them to help with, to investigate if there was any situations at Northland Mall, for John Grace, for some of our developers that purchased different properties throughout the city, to start with that brownfield investigation. And so since those dollars have dissipated, the county is looking to apply for another grant to the EPA. And so we'll just be part of that process. If they're awarded the $1.5 million, they'll divide it up amongst all the communities that are participating. And again, we'll just be out promoting the redevelopment of our properties in the city. And anyone who's looking to buy a property, they would want to do a phase 1 if they're getting bank financing. And so this gives them that assurance if there's anything wrong, that they can come back to us, to the Brownfield Authority for extra assistance, or it might show that there's nothing wrong with the property and that, it gives the bank confidence investing in that new project.
And we just have to, it costs us anything, we just have to put in an application to be a member of the coalition?
Exactly. Actually, we're asking for permission to be part of the consortium.
Right.
And so Brad Hansen does a great job at Oakland County, and he does all of the work. So we're just saying we want to be part of the consortium.
Okay, this is kind of like a win-win for us. one way or the other.
Absolutely, absolutely. And because the dollars do come back to the city, that is reported as part of our financial documentation each year. But again, there is no paperwork done from the city's staff at all. Everything is handled by Oakland County Brownfield.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Counselor, were there any other items that needed further discussion?
Mr. President?
Yes.
I move that we approve the agenda items A through Q.
Support?
It has been moved by Councilman Frazier, supported by Councilman Brightwell, to approve consent agenda items A through Q. I will just quickly state what each one is very quickly. Item A is the approval to purchase new cubicles for police records. Item B, Southfield Police Department Traffic Improvement Association grant. Item C is a proposed loan of used office furniture. Item D, plumbing repair bids. Item E, a replacement of a boiler at Fire Station Number 3. F, replacement of a water heater at the sports arena. Item G, authorization to purchase water metering, monitoring, and related services. Item H is the authorization to participate with the Oakland County Brownfield Consortium. Item I is to request to assign the McKinley Place reimbursement agreement to 18330 GWD LLC from McKinley Development Associates. Item J, the Dell Apex Backup Services and Data Protection for the Library. Item K is the authorization to complete the DTE duct sealing pilot program for the library. Item L, authorization to purchase replacement computer, server, and storage array for the library. Item M is the authorization to lease multifunction copier devices for patron use at the library. Item N, a resolution of support for the Library of Michigan Improving Access to Information Grant Program. Item O is the John Grace request for an additional 24-month option to acquire. Item P is the sale of the remaining 8.5 acres of the former Northland Mall to Contour Acquisitions LLC. And item Q is the Oakland County Incident Management Team. All right, any further questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all. Next, we move into our planning items of public hearings and site plans. First, we have a conditional rezoning request for the Cornerstone Plaza Shopping Center.
Thank you, Council President. As noted, this is a conditional rezoning request for the Cornerstone Plaza. It's on Greenfield between Mount Vernon and Providence. It's presently zoned B2 planned business. The request is for a rezoning to B3 general business with some proposed exclusions. That is the nature of a conditional rezoning. They're offering to exclude some of the uses that would normally be permitted under the B3. Just a little background. As I said, it's here B2, and then there's an RT zoning kind of on the north end, RMU to the west, R3 to the north, RMM, B3 and OS in the vicinity. This is in the Downtown Development Authority District. Existing shopping center shown in this aerial photo. There's not actually any proposed changes to the site or the footprint of the building at this time. Existing conditions and survey provided by the applicant. Just some photos of the site as it was when I took it a little while ago for the Planning Commission. Well kept up. We do have that vacancy where the Kroger used to be. And then for Mount Vernon and Providence. The proposed excluded uses that were proposed by the applicant are funeral homes, publicly owned buildings, public utility buildings, including electric transformer stations, substations, gas regulator stations, also exclude storage yards, water, sewer, and pumping stations. Open air retail sales of plant materials or sales of lawn furniture, playground equipment, or garden supplies. Open air display or sale of motor homes, camping trailers, vehicles other than trucks and automobiles, homeowners, gardening equipment, etc. Motels, shelters for the homeless, soup kitchens, sexually oriented businesses, and cabarets. And I believe the petitioner is here to answer any questions that you may have.
Hi,
Good evening. My name is Keith Mazias. I'm with the Nager Companies. With me is Fred Nager, the owner of the shopping center, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right. So there's no questions. We will hold our public hearing and see what questions we have after that. So this is a public hearing for PCZR 23-0002, a conditional rezoning request for the Cornerstone Plaza Shopping Center from B2 Planned Business to B3 General Business. Please give your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Pamela Gerald, also known as PG, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan 48037-0155. I have always given out my number for the residents. My telephone number is 248-346-0439. I just wanted to say that for many years, Kroger was in the mall there, or in the strip area, and I hated to see them leave, but I totally agree with what the assistant planner said, that Mr. Nager has done a great job keeping the property up and just making sure that he did not accept any business in there. I'm really happy to see the excluded uses. So I think that I would be in favor as a taxpayer to rezone the Cornerstone Plaza Shopping Center from B2 Planned Business to B3 with the exclusions included. And I just want to thank Mr. Nager for still being a community partner and showing good corporate citizenship, and the city of Southfield with his businesses, and just not allowing anything in his development. And we do need some redevelopment over in that area to go with what's going on with Northland. So thank you so much, Mr. Nager, and I'm in support of this.
Thank you. I did have someone that signed up. I believe would be Fred or Clara. But if you want to speak on this item, now is your chance. This is the conditional rezoning for the Cornerstone Plaza Shopping District. Okay. Did you want to speak?
Diana Pegler, 15640 George Washington. And just a point of clarification, I saw a list of items. Were those proposed types of businesses?
We will answer the questions after.
After?
Yes.
Okay. Good
But
enough.
is that your only question?
That was one of the questions, and if so, when those businesses come in, if we're already rezoned to B3, would the residents have any input in terms of any of those businesses coming in, once it's rezoned?
Okay. All right. Any other questions, any other comments for this proposed conditional rezoning request for Cornerstone Plaza Shopping Center? You've spoken already.
I just want to ask a question. What was shown up there were excluded uses, meaning they would not be, right?
We'll have our deputy planner answer the
Okay.
question. Any other questions or comments? Okay, the public hearing is closed. Mr. Deputy Planner, can you answer the questions?
Thanks, Council President. Yeah, as noted, these are excluded uses. The applicant is proposing to not allow these uses by permitted or special permit. So should the conditional rezoning be approved as proposed, they would enter into a conditional rezoning agreement that would not permit these uses on that property without it coming back for another rezoning to change those terms. So they would be excluded. They would not be permitted on that property under the B3. The B3 would normally allow some of them as permitted and some as special uses. In this case, they would not be allowed either.
Okay. Thank you. Council, sir, the public hearing has been closed. But council, did you have any other questions? Yes, Councilwoman Banks?
So for everyone listening, could you just briefly describe what uses are allowed in the B3 district? And again, if those uses come forward, would the residents have an opportunity to express concern or whatever?
File here. All right, the permitted uses in the B3 are medical offices, clinics and laboratories, banks and financial institutions, post offices, private clubs or lodges, nursery schools, photographic studios and interior decorating studios, photographic reproduction, blueprinting and print shops, normally funeral homes, but they're excluding that use, personal services, stores of a generally recognized retail nature which supply commodities on the premises, groceries, meats, dairy products, dry goods, clothing, etc., veterinary clinics and veterinary hospitals, publicly owned buildings that's discussed, but those are being excluded, establishments of electricians, plumbers, heating contractors, bakers, painters, or similar trades, assembly halls, concert halls, religious institutions, or other similar places of assembly, but excluding theaters when in conduct. Then 15 would have been open air retail, but that's being excluded. Hotels, freestanding restaurants and carryout restaurants, and restaurants and carryout restaurants when attached to and located within a shopping center. It excludes drive-in fast food restaurants. Health and fitness clubs, those are the permitted uses. Then there are a list of special uses which require council approval. These include recreation centers like bowling alleys, skating rink, archery ranges, dance studios, arcades, motor vehicle washing conveyor, non-conveyor type, so car washes, gasoline stations. Sorry, we're out of standards for that one. Automobile repair and service facilities, automobile and truck agency sales and showrooms, drive-in and fast food restaurants, any restaurant or drive-through with a bar lounge, or any restaurant open 24 hours. Open-air display of motorhomes and such was just excluded. Retail sales, especially primarily in handicrafted, used merchandise or antiques, while display of portable tables, so something more like a flea market is the way I would interpret that. Executive, administrative, and professional offices. Motels would normally be a special use, but they are excluded. Theaters, alternative financial services, pawn shops, smoking lounges. And it would have been shelters for the homeless excluded, soup kitchens excluded, sexually oriented businesses excluded, cabarets excluded. Medical marijuana provisioning centers, though I will note they cannot be located within 500 feet of residential, so they would be excluded by that provision of the ordinance. Small box retail, kennels, pet daycares, and I believe the adult use marijuana provisioning center are retail as well, but those are also excluded because they are within 500 feet of residential.
Thank you very much.
Anything else? Okay. Any other questions, council? Are you allowed to say, do you have plans for a specific type of business? Are you allowed to give us that information?
We don't have a specific user in mind, but we have received a lot of inquiries from like the gyms or the health clubs for the vacant Kroger space, and those aren't in the B2, and that's really the driving force that got us here tonight, or requesting the B3 zoning. So there's, like I said, we've gotten a number of inquiries, but we have to get to this level first. We've received a number of inquiries from gyms to locate in this center, like for instance, like a Planet Fitness or an LA Fitness, but we had to do the rezoning first.
Yeah.
Has there ever been consideration for like a fruit market or something of that nature in that area or in the mall?
We have reached out to a few independent grocers to locate in there, and it just, I mean, nothing's come to fruition yet. So we're really just looking for, I guess, an additional options to try to backfill that Kroger space because it has been vacant for 3 years.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
What percent are you occupied currently?
It's less than 50%.
Excuse me?
Around 50%, we'll call it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this will improve your marketability or appeal to a broader
Correct.
market?
Yes.
And you, I think I heard partial answer. So you have gotten some inquiries that would satisfy your space problem if things were.
It would be a good start to it.
Excuse me?
It would be a good start to, to backfill some of that. The gyms wouldn't take the entire, the Kroger space is 65,000. They generally tend to be around 20,000, but it's just, it's a name and it's bringing life back to the center. And then that will, further, if you get one, then others will come, is what you find.
So that's that concept of having an anchor store or something,
Yes.
a name brand. There.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Taylor?
Yes, and just for the resident, if the use falls under the conditions that are allowed, they will not have to come back to the residents, but if it's a special use, they will reach out to the residents, and you will have a public hearing, as we have now, to speak your concerns.
That is correct.
And I don't know if that was answered for you or not, so I was just trying to, for clarification.
Oh, no, we understand that, yes, no. Any of these special uses would require planning commission, council, public hearings.
And I'm in favor of this ordinance change, conditional rezoning change, I should say. I'm totally in favor of this. The more options you have, the more opportunities you have to fill that space.
Yeah. And also, I just wanted to, I know that our deputy planner mentioned it, but just in case someone missed it, I know there were some questions earlier. A permitted use would be considered a marijuana facility. However, because of our zoning ordinances, it does not qualify because it is too close to residential neighborhoods. So this could not host a marijuana facility, retail establishment, to ease everyone's fears.
That wasn't the direction we were looking at.
All right, council, any other questions? Councilman Frazier?
Just a real quick one. Seems to me that early on, there was a talk that somebody wanted to put a roller rink in there. Is that permissible with it zoning?
It would be a special use.
A special use?
Under a recreation center, that's one of the types of recreation centers is skating rinks. So it would be a special use. It would have to come back to the council for approval.
Okay. I'm sure that nobody's knocking on your door saying, I'd like to put a skating rink in there.
We've not had inquiries regarding that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, council, any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that we approve PCZR 23-0002.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilwoman Taylor, to approve PCZR 23-0002, the conditional rezoning request of Solo Company LLC to rezone the Cornerstone Plaza Shopping Center from B2 Planned Business to B3 General Business. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you for your support.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to introduce ordinance number 1778.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Taylor, supported by Councilman Cruz, to introduce ordinance number 1778. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we have PSLU 23-0012 is a special use request from McAllister Machinery to allow for heavy equipment sales and rental.
Thank you, Council President. You'll probably recall that McAllister came before the council a few months ago and discussed this concept broadly and was asking for some assistance because the use was not listed in our zoning ordinance, and we weren't sure if we could allow it in the I-1. The amendment that allows this as a special use in the I-1 was approved by council last month. So we have as McAllister Machinery, a Caterpillar representative, doing heavy equipment sales and rental. They have a number of facilities in southeast Michigan in the I-1 district. Here's a kind of general location of where that's at 21700 Telegraph. There we go. The site aerial, just kind of zooming in a little bit to get a little closer look there. Parking wraps around the building. There's a heavily wooded area in the rear that separates it from the residential that's on the next street. That property is also very deep. Some current photos of the site. Lear was is the seller of the property and was using it as kind of an ancillary facility to their main facility across Telegraph. It is I-1 with P designation. In the back would be parking only, but that area is actually occupied by wooded area at the moment. It is in the industrial technology corridor sub-area. It is R1 single family behind. This is their proposed site plan. They've got some gating to control access to the site. The equipment will be stored in the back, customer parking and employee parking toward the front. They are going to be doing renewal to the landscaping, going to provide an art piece up at it's on the north driveway on the south side. They're going to do a little plaza with seating and an art piece there along the sidewalk for high visibility and renew the landscaping. They're also going to refresh the exterior of the building. This is just the interior plan, first floor, ground, and partial second floor's offices. First floor, you got the showroom, repair shop, and interior equipment storage. This is elevations for the property proposed, some refreshing there, mainly paint. These are just some photos the petitioner provided of their other facilities in southeast Michigan. And I believe the petitioner is here, or representative of the petitioner is here. If there are any questions prior to the public hearing.
So if you want to give your name and address for the record, add anything that you feel is relevant, we'll then have the public hearing.
Certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. Thank you very much, Council, Mr. Mayor. Joe Fimbinger with McAllister Machinery Company Incorporated. Address is 24800 Novi Road, Novi, Michigan, 48375. And along with me is my associate, Hunter Galbraith, with Design House. Hunter and his team helped us work up the conceptual drawings that you see before you today. Keep it real brief, but just a couple of quick comments about McAllister Machinery, who we are, and what we do and what service we provide to our community here in southeast Michigan. We are the Caterpillar dealer for construction equipment, heavy construction equipment, and a variety of site support equipment that's utilized on projects not only throughout the city of Southfield, but throughout all of Southeast and all of Michigan. Our business supports construction of roads, bridges, highways, infrastructure, public utilities, private residential homes, commercial properties, industrial manufacturing facilities, just about anything that gets built or rebuilt or refurbished here in our state is touched by our corporation one way or another. We're a union shop, proud union shop, in good standing with the local 324 operating engineers. We strive to be a good corporate citizen in every community that we work in and that we serve, particularly here in Southfield. We've engaged in events in the past, including Touch a Truck type events for kids, and also an American Cancer Society fundraiser that was held just across the street here a couple years ago, where young kids, and especially young kids who were suffering from cancer, had an opportunity to come and spend a little bit of time riding these big heavy machines and actually operating them. So pretty cool deal. Plan to bring over 100 good jobs to the city of Southfield. That's a combination of good paying union jobs with good solid benefits, and then also sales, technical support, logistics, marketing, administrative, and several other disciplines which we'll bring to the area as well. Our goal is always to hire folks from within the local area. We just feel that's a good move, and it's something that we strive to do, and we will recruit accordingly and do everything we can to partner with local trade schools and high schools to get kids into this trade. So very quick flyover of who we are, what we do, but I'll step back and pause for any questions.
Okay. We will open the public hearing. This is a public hearing for PSLU 23-0012 for a special use request of McAllister Machinery to allow for heavy equipment sales and rental located at 21700 Telegraph Road. Please give your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pamela Gerald, also known as PG, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. My telephone number is 248-346-0439. I thought it was a very nice presentation, but I have a couple of questions, and I'm sure that you will have either the assistant planner or the petitioner to address a few questions. They showed a picture of Lear building and then another building. Is this the actual old Lear building, or is this the building next door to Lear, is my first question. And then you showed another picture of the proposed site and how close it was to the residential area. If it's close to the residential area, how many feet away from the residential area would this building be located? And then also, if it's within a certain range of feet from the residential area, would the petitioner, if they have not already mentioned it and I missed it, be willing to install a concrete post and panel wall which would act as a sound barrier from or for the residential area? But other than that, I'm in total support of a new business coming to the city of Southfield. I love the fact that it sounds like he's already going to be a good corporate citizen, supporting the causes in our community, and more importantly, the jobs, 100 jobs, and looking for Southfield residents to fill those jobs. That is absolutely incredible. And you know, with the people living in Southfield filling these jobs, they are in Southfield, using Southfield restaurants, Southfield businesses, and it's just a win-win all over. And if he didn't mention the prospects of using a concrete post and panel wall as a sound barrier, I hope he consider it, because sometimes just having arborvitaes and having a bunch of them close together does not always act as a sound barrier, and those types of plants require extreme sun, and if they don't get extreme sun, they have a tendency to have like a lot of holes and gaps in them, which would allow noise to filter through those gaps. But if they are going to do that, I would be in support of this particular PSLU 23-0012. I would be in favor of this, and I'd like to welcome him to the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Myron Thomas. I live on McAllister Street in Southfield, Michigan. I'm a resident. The first question is, they mentioned sales and rental. Would those rentals be to homeowners or to professionals? That's the first question. And the other question had more to do with what are the requirements for renting those machineries, and if they might be in their business model, they might discuss it, but that's one of the questions that I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for PSLU 23-0012, the special use request from McAllister Machinery for heavy equipment sales? All right, seeing none, the public hearing is closed. So we had a few questions. First is about a sound barrier wall.
So I can get back to the aerial photo that shows the area a little better. This one. That heavily wooded area at the back of the property, that's about 100 feet deep on their property. So they have a 100-foot wooded buffer between them and the property line. If you have 50-foot or more, the wall requirement is waived. The nearest home on the street behind Berg Street is over 1,000 feet away. Those are very deep properties. They actually have the measurements here. From the back of their pavement, from their curb line, to the rear of the nearest house is 1,100 feet. So there's 100 foot of woods on their property, over 1,000-foot separation, and the back of those residential properties are also fairly heavily wooded. So the separation is pretty substantial, both in distance and vegetation.
Okay. And then the question was if this is a Lear building or next to the Lear building, since it was in the...
It was previously the Sims warehouse, and then it became Lear. They picked it up and used it as an annex. Their main facility is across Telegraph, on the opposite side of Telegraph.
Okay. Thank you. And then the next question that I think can be addressed by the petitioner is the machine rental questions.
I certainly appreciate the questions and comments. Our primary scope of our business is to rent to contractors. We're really not geared up like a Home Depot rental or a Chet's rental that you might see. We gear more toward industrial equipment that's utilized in heavier construction projects. We do offer some small equipment, and we will rent to small contractors or to homeowners on a cash basis. If we do those types of deals, our typical requirements are a valid driver's license, credit card to secure the rental, and then we also limit what size equipment we rent to homeowners. So when you think about our operation, it's more so geared toward a larger contractor type versus a homeowner. However, we're not opposed to renting certain equipment to homeowners, so if there is a specific interest, please reach out.
Okay. Councilman Brightwell?
Yeah, you might have answered this before, but I'm pretty much for this. I've been for this each time it came before us, but it just came to me. These vehicles will be transported by way of flatbed, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, to get to your location, which is a sales and rental, primarily for display purposes?
Correct. So this facility is used primarily for staging rental equipment. It's delivered to contractors' job sites via either a lowboy truck or a rollback style, like a wrecker style truck, or a large, like 1-ton pickup truck style and trailer.
Right. Well, obviously we have roads. That's what I'm getting to, and clearly the volume, if you have these large flatbed moving a lot of heavy equipment, has anyone taken a look at, I know that's a county road, has anyone taken a look at what impact it will have on that major thoroughfare there?
It's actually a state highway. It's Telegraph Road. It wasn't looked at specifically by a traffic engineer, but Telegraph Road does have capacity and bears truck traffic. It is a truck route, a designated truck route.
Okay, well, that popped up because obviously that I've been involved with other things in the city. We were seriously concerned about traffic on the road. So this is, and I like this project. I like big machinery ever since I was a little boy, Caterpillar and all that jazz. I just leave it alone. You said it's a state road?
Yep. Telegraph is a state highway.
Okay. I thought it was a county, but no, man.
If I may, I could add a couple more comments on that just for some clarification. In Michigan, roads are designated by certain classes, and as noted, it's a state road. Our business is regulated by both state and federal regulations on what we can and cannot haul on certain roads. So there's certain weight requirements that you can place on certain roads. We follow that strictly. We follow it stringently. We have over 100 trucks on the road here in Michigan. We comply to all federal and state laws and local laws too, if they are applicable for allowable weights on axles. All of our trucks are regularly scaled, so we know when we're loading a truck, and many of our trucks have onboard scales on them as well. So when we're loading up one of our semi-trucks, we know exactly how much weight we're putting on the axles and whether or not we're in compliance based on the classification of the road. So I mentioned we'd have logistics folks working at this facility. We have folks that work on staff full-time, that's their job day in and day out, is ensuring that our trucks are compliant with federal, state, and local regulations for road use, and that's something we watch very, very closely. If you don't, and you're in the business that we're in, you're subject to some very heavy fines by state and local authorities, $1 a pound, and we're hauling, 120,000 pounds, so it can get expensive very, very quickly. It's something we take very seriously.
Okay, you answered every potential question I had, and I'm just glad I asked the question because you answered every thought I had on that issue.
I appreciate you asking. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, council, any other questions?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move the approval of PSLU 23-0012, a special use request of McAllister Machinery to allow for the heavy equipment sales and rental located at 21700 Telegraph Road in the city of Southfield.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Taylor, supported by Councilman Brightwell, to approve PSLU 23-0012, a special use request of McAllister Machinery to allow for heavy equipment sales and rental as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Look forward to working with you folks.
Welcome.
Welcome to Southfield.
All right, our next is a PZTA 23-0004, a zoning ordinance text amendment.
Thank you, Council President. This is a relatively straightforward amendment. We are dealing with expanding a use that's already in the RC, Regional Center District, to specifically allow public works facilities and their accessory equipment storage and material storage. We discovered when the public works facility on Clara Lane needed to add a storage building that it, one, didn't have an approved site plan, and B, wasn't a permitted use in that district. So we didn't have a way of approving it in the RC district. If you look at we've got the two large facilities right here on Clara Lane, our Public Works 3-yard and Road Commission of Oakland County. Both have been there. They were built, according to the aerial photos, sometime in the mid to late 60s. So they've been there for a while. The RC zoning probably came in later and didn't include the public works yards as a permitted or special land use. So we are looking to just add them as expand. It was already a permitted use for, let me slide back here just a sec, for libraries, government offices, office buildings, public utility offices, and post offices. But it didn't really, all those are basically offices, or like a library or post office, more of a public service facility, but not like a public works facility would be. So in order to kind of correct this so that both the Road Commission of Oakland County's facility and the city's DPW yard could have necessary improvements and modernizations as needed, we needed to bring them into a permitted use status so that then we could process their site plan review normally. Their storage building will come forward to the city council for approval for a site plan because they don't actually have a site plan, but in the future, minor changes would be administrative site plans. So it would make those improvements easier in the future. So yeah, it is really just these two sections, Article 4 on outdoor storage, just to clarify that this is another exception permitting outdoor storage, and Article 15, the RC district, making it clear that this is a permitted use in that district for a public works facility. And we do have the aerial photos here of the two sites in question that kind of brought this forward as an issue. And we do need to have a public hearing because this is a zoning text amendment.
Okay, so we will have a public hearing on PZTA 23-0004, the zoning ordinance text amendment that was just described by our deputy planner. If you'd like to comment, you will have 3 minutes, and we need your name and address for the record. I'm sorry? This is a zoning ordinance text amendment. If you like, you can come up and ask your questions, and we will do our very best to answer them.
Pamela Gerald again. My name is also PG. P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. My telephone number is 248-346-0439. I just wanted a better understanding of the RC Regional Center District, and then a little bit more specifically, when you say that you're adding a section in there that speaks to libraries, government office buildings, public utilities, et cetera. Just a better understanding.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this item? Okay, seeing none, the public hearing is closed. And our deputy planner, did you understand the question?
Yeah, we're not adding libraries and government offices and post offices. They're already allowed in the district. What we're doing is amending this section to add public works facilities to that list of government facilities that are permitted. So you're already allowed to have libraries, government office buildings, public utility offices, and post offices, but we thought the public works yards don't really meet any of those standards. It was hard to draw a parallel between a government office and a public works facility. They're just very different work environments and facilities. So we thought that was too much of a stretch just to say, it's government offices. That includes DPW yards. So we're amending the code to clarify that those DPW yards as government facilities are also permitted in this location. The RC district is generally kind of up along where 696 and Northwestern lay. If you look at that area, it's kind of known as, I think, Centropolis is another term that goes by, that area. There's not a lot of other RC, it's mostly that area. And a lot of it is already pretty fully built out. These two facilities have been there for a number of decades, I guess sneaking up on 60 years. So this would just allow us to do it'll allow us a mechanism under zoning for approving the improvements to those facilities. Right now, I can't approve improvements on a use that's not legal in the district.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions? Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I move that we approve PZTA 23-0004.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilman Frazier, to approve PZTA 23-0004, the zoning ordinance text amendment. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I move that we introduce ordinance number 1779.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilwoman Taylor, to introduce ordinance number 1779. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Next, we have an ordinance to enact.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I move that we enact ordinance number 1777.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilman Frazier, to enact ordinance number 1777, an amendment to the city code to add a new chapter for stormwater management. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Next, we have our agenda items for discussion and or action. And the first is the authorization to proceed with the Losser Woods Park Improvement Phase 1, which is a dog park and parking lot.
Thank you, Mr. President. This evening, we're asking council for authorization to proceed with the formation of a dog park at Losser Woods. The good news is we've received a $100,000 grant from Oakland County, thanks to the efforts of our Parks and Rec Department. This has been a topic discussed during the last year by our Neighborhood Services Committee and a long-term goal of the City Council. We're requesting that Council authorize $522,330 for the project in the accounts identified. In addition, we're asking that as we go through this process, that the site plan be submitted to the Planning Department and that the Planning Department facilitate an open house with the abutting neighbors, American House, Young Israel, Stevenson Highway, and the neighborhood associations. There's been a lot of input on this project, long-term goal of the city. So we're asking to move this item forward this evening.
Council, any questions? Mr. Zorn, the question I have is, this is only to approve the, is it to improve?
Just the dog park itself. It does not include paths or trails. That would be a whole other future conversation. So you're just looking at the purple color, the turquoise, adding the parking lot for the lot. So,
And this will start when?
well, we would go through design and have to go out to bid. You're probably looking at a project that would be open spring, summer of '24.
Will this come back to council after design?
It most likely will not be required as it's an administrative approval for planning.
Okay. Councilwoman Hoag, you have,
I didn't have a question.
Councilman Brightwell?
I'm just curious, maybe it's too early for this, but since it's currently existing, how will stormwater be taken care of here? What needs to be done with respect to improvements?
The parking lot would have to meet stormwater standards. The actual dog park itself, there would be some consideration, but as a park, it would, a best practice would be just to let the park hold water when it comes. I mean, occasionally. There is a stormwater primarily for the parking lot, though.
Right. So are you saying is because it's like ADA, when you start doing something, you had to improve stormwater conditions?
In the parking lot, yes.
Okay.
And the ordinance we adopted just within the last month here, we'd have to meet those requirements.
Okay, all right.
All right, and Councilwoman Banks?
Thank you. This has been studied and discussed with the Neighborhood Services Committee for the past year, and I think we finally came to a great plan, and I hope that council approves moving this forward. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Frazier?
Yeah, a couple of things. When the parking lot gets enlarged, do you know how many trees are going to have to come down?
I don't have that number in that particular area. Steve, do you have an idea? There's 0 trees. It's essentially a gravel lot today. There's no treatment. There's no, you pull in and you park your car in a gravel lot, and it's been that way.
It's a real crummy little lot there now. Holds about 4 cars, or the one that's there now?
Maybe 8? Yeah.
Okay, and I know this is premature, but I don't think it hurts anything to start planning ahead about the administration of the dog park once it's built. And that's like, who's gonna be handling the
Parks and Rec has actually been looking at a number of best practices and the due diligence that was done in the past year. Goodness, 25-plus dog parks were researched. Pet owners will need to the pet will need to be licensed. They will need to go through a training class and a fob. Those logistics will work out as we go through the construction itself. It'll probably be a combination of animal control and Parks and Rec. And the actual final piece on that, I know we're going to have a training component. You're going to have your pets they're up to date on their shots, licensed, and we'll go from there.
Okay, and the Parks and Rec will be monitoring that, or is it someone?
It'll be considered a city park, and this is, in our Parks and Rec departments, we're asking our parks to do an awful lot of things. You're not 20 years ago, we weren't even talking about dog parks. Now we're dog parks, and but it will still be classified as a city park with Parks and Rec responsible for the maintenance, the grass cutting, and such. And
Okay, so the best plans, someone always comes up with something that you didn't think about. And the kind of thing I'm thinking about is, who would take complaints that my little dog was, I was just getting into the park and a big dog came along and bit him? Who would take it, the police, or would it be?
That would probably be the animal control officer, those types of things. And was your dog licensed? Did you sit through the training video? Were you in the park for the smog dogs? There's a reception area for the pets, and but there will be items, and I can tell you, those types of details have been discussed, frankly, at nausea, almost to the point of causing a paralysis, moving this item forward. At a certain point, it comes down to, if you want the dog park, you're going to have to jump in, and you're going to have to figure out some of these problems as you go. And there will be problems. I mean, I don't think any of us can foresee every situation that's going to come at us. And I could tell you, some of the meetings I've been in, there has been a tremendous amount of dialogue about what's going to happen. But this has been the goal of the community. We're bringing it forward.
Okay, the reason that I asked that question is, when I was working at a telephone company, I had a bad reputation of, when we were planning something, and we were sitting around the table planning it, I was sitting there trying to figure out how to break it, and I would say, well, what about this? And, the rest of the people that wanted to make a successful cutover, and I was throwing rocks at it. But the bottom line is, my goal was the same as theirs. I just got to it on a different road and figured out that if I could find out how to break it, we could fix what I was talking about before the customers ever experienced it. So tried to get as many wrinkles out of it as possible. So people used to get mad at me, but it didn't bother me because I wanted to be successful. So, and that's the reason I brought it up, that maybe we need to have a group of people sitting around the table saying, okay, what about this? If this happens, what are we going to do about this?
There have been multiple groups sitting around the table and discussing those options, and those conversations will continue.
Good.
The training program, I think there's a general consensus that the City of Oak Park has done this very well. There's a number of programs that we can have people go through, the training piece. You don't get your fob till you've sat and watched this video.
Good. Okay. Thanks. That's it.
Councilman Cruz?
Yeah, I was just curious. I think I figured it out by looking at Ari's computer. But I just wanted to make sure that understand that that the park will be fenced.
Yes.
Yes. So animals won't be.
There's a section for large dogs, a section for small dogs.
Okay, cool. All right, that was the only thing I had.
Just piggybacking up, how high will the fence be?
It's 6 feet, Steve, or 4? It's 4 feet.
Okay. Councilman Brightwell?
This is, I'm sure this came up during your blue sky in a brainstorming session. I assume there will be appropriate signage around telling people to pick up poop and all those kind of things.
There will be signage and probably lots of it.
So what?
Lots of signs.
Oh, yeah, I figured. Yeah.
All right. Councilman Banks?
I think Mr. Zorn answered what I was going to say, and that is there is, a park for the small dogs and a park for the large dogs. And the way into the parks is through a fob. So they have to go through the training sessions before they get their fob. And I've noticed in some of our new upgraded parks, we do have signs for dogs, and there's even bags that are available. So it's a new addition, I believe, to our parks, and I'm sure it will be at this location also.
When the garbage is picked up, those bags they restock them, and yes, that is a new addition.
Okay, so just so I understand how this will be used, this will only be available to residents, or anyone can take the course, pay for a fob?
To residents who have the fob and who have gone through the training class, whose dogs are licensed, whose dogs have, their rabies shots, and just, they're going to have to present all of that paperwork.
Okay, the parking lot is, on the plan, it's going to be gravel parking lot?
No, this will be an asphalt parking lot.
Okay, it says it's a gravel parking lot, so.
Mr. Zorn, it is gravel. Yeah, it is.
I'm sorry, it's what?
This particular design
It is
gravel,
gravel.
it's a small part.
Yeah.
Is that going to be a problem with maintenance? Because the parking lot that is there now is gravel and it's a mess.
Yes, it is. It is a mess. A lot of that parking lot was not probably structured properly back in the day. We have a lot of gravel we need to bring in. It won't be installed properly. There won't be a drainage system in there also, get rid of the water in there, as I mentioned earlier.
Okay. And then the last question that I have is, we're going to have a porta-john sitting there?
Yes, for the time being, yes.
How long is the time being? And is there any way that we can spruce it up so it doesn't just look like a construction site in a porta-john?
I'm sure we can look at that.
Okay, I've seen in other parks where they do have a porta-john where they either have a different color or they put some type of facade on the outside where it looks a little bit more appealing.
Pretty.
Right. Okay, I think, because you're going to build this beautiful park, and I think a porta-john will class it down a little bit. But that's my opinion. All right, any other questions, Council? Councilwoman Hoag?
Mr. President, I move that we authorize the Parks and Rec Department to continue with design development and construction for Lasser Woods Park Improvements Phase 1, which will include building a dog park and parking lot.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Hoag, supported by Councilwoman Banks, to approve the authorization to proceed with the Lasser Woods Park Improvements Phase 1, a dog park and parking lot. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the installation of 4 EV charging stations.
Again, good evening, Council. Back in November, you authorized the purchase of 4 Chevy Bolt EVs for parking enforcement. The plan at the time was to install chargers in the underground parking structure in an area that's not used for parking currently. The cost of that installation would have been $5,000. At the time, the fire department expressed concerns regarding the installation of the charging stations underground. They were concerned about fires. Although as permitted by code, I think it's a situation where maybe our codes haven't caught up with our technology yet. They requested that the chargers be installed outside in an uncovered area. At about the same time, GM informed us that there were no Chevy Bolts available for purchase, so it became a moot point. In September, GM said that all of a sudden Bolts were available, 23s, so we started looking for another place to install the charging stations. The best location identified was 4 of the 5 short-term parking spots outside the building department. Unfortunately, that's a totally different installation. First of all, the contractor that we're using for the underground, he's our least expensive contractor. It's basically 1 electrician and a pickup. We always get the best prices on large jobs that he can handle from him. He does not want to do the trenching or the conduit or running the cable that far. So while his price underground would have been $5,000, the nearest bidder for the underground job was $16,000. So we're already jumping up because we're going to a more expensive contractor. Secondly, there has been some inflation since then. Finally, that is a lot of underground trenching, and that is the big cost when it comes to installing electricity. Also, inside the building, the circuit breaker panels are not close to where we're going to install the charging stations. So unfortunately, this installation is $41,000, and that's by Great Lakes Electric. And it's not that Great Lakes is gouging us either, because the next closest bid was $69,000 from DECMA. So it's not an unreasonable bid for this job. Unfortunately, it's just a lot bigger job. So we're asking you to approve us moving forward with the new location for the installation.
All right, council, any questions? Councilman Brightwell?
Yeah, John, what, clear that we are moving toward electric, that's coming down in the future. What would be, I'm just thinking big time, I mean, in the future, what would our fleet of EVs potentially be on the campus? This is just, I know we are just sampling in this, and this is but what will potentially, where will the bulk of our fleet be housed?
That is a great point, Councilman, if I could just address that in a few different ways. First of all, the problem with EVs right now as far as consumer use is trips. People are concerned, I'm going to take a trip, I won't be able to charge my car. Well, that's not our problem. EVs are perfect for our use for building department, for any of our vehicles aside large trucks and at the time police vehicles it's not ready for yet. So basically, any of our vehicles on campus here would be perfect for EVs because we use them during the day, we use them 60, 70 miles maybe. That's not even with current EVs, that's nowhere near the limit for charging. So they're perfect for our use. The only real problem that we will have is charging them. If we go to a large fleet, we will have to bring in a separate circuit from DTE with transformers and build charging stations out in the parking lot. That's really the only way it's going to work. Right now, a couple vehicles that we have installed for the public, 4 spots for the parking enforcement, that's fine to grab power off our buildings, but that's not viable long-term.
Okay.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
All right, council, any other questions? Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I move that we approve the installation of the 4 EV charging stations as presented.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilwoman Taylor, to approve the installation of the 4 EV charging stations as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the Civic Center Drive streetlight upgrade.
Sir, I'm back again.
Welcome.
The area Civic Center we're discussing is basically Lasher to Telegraph. Currently, that is lit by 124 mercury vapor lights. About half of them, more than half of them, either don't work or only work intermittently. The underground wiring is failing, the light fixtures are failing, the globes are so discolored that we're not even getting much light out of the lights that are working. They need to be replaced. Replacing is cheaper than repairing in this instance. So what we did was we turned to DTE and we asked for plans. They proposed a plan to replace these 124 lights with 44 LED lights mounted on 42-foot poles. Through most of the median, they would be mounted on either side of the median. As the median narrows to the west, there would be 2 poles, each sporting 2 lights, one facing in each direction. We save money on that because you pay to maintain each individual pole. And in the area where there's no median, the lights would be on the north side of the road and would light both sides there. So we're going to reduce the lights by about 2/3. There'll be taller lights. We're going from 15-foot to 40-foot poles, but that will allow the light to spread more evenly. There is a cost to this, $126,000. Just to compare, If we had gone with a like replacement, similar poles, similar lights to what's there, we would be almost $500,000.
Council, any questions? The only question that I have would be, we're going from city-owned to DTE-owned.
We are, sir, and at one time, that's a great question, because I was concerned about that too. Why not keep our own poles? The problem is, or the opportunity is, first of all, DTE gets such a great price on the installation. We originally were going to apply for a grant, and even with the grant paying, I think it was $200,000 or $300,000, the cost to us would have still been the same. Secondly, we should do what we do best and let DTE do what DTE does best. They maintain the lights great. The reason we're right here talking about this now is because for decades, we never collected the proper amount of money to replace these streetlights. We should have been charging our residents for the electricity, and for a replacement cost, it should have been set aside. And when the poles needed to be replacement, we could have replaced them easily. But now everyone's unhappy because we have these lights, we have no money to replace them. It really is best to turn this over to DTE. And the great thing is, by reducing the number of lights and going to such a more efficient form of lighting, the cost to the residents and other property owners in that area will be about the same, even though DTE will be maintaining them, and they won't be our problem. We see out front here in Evergreen, a pole gets hit, it becomes a problem. We need to find a pole, we need to get the lights. We call DTE.
So what type of poles are they putting in?
They're putting in a fiberglass base pole that will be direct bounce, so it doesn't need a cement base. It looks pretty modern. I think people will be happy with the appearance of the poles.
Will it be similar to what we have on Evergreen?
It won't be similar to those poles. We are going with a DTE standard pole that they use, and that's really the way to go, because we could hire DTE to install them, but purchase poles we wanted, but then that snatches defeat from the jaws of victory, because then we're having to maintain the poles. So this will be their standard pole they use.
And because I just want to make sure, because right now we have, as you mentioned, the decorative poles. I don't want to go from something that looks nice to something that would, again, downgrade the look or the appearance of the area.
That is an excellent point. And first of all, I want to thank the Neighborhood Services Committee. They have gone out to the site here. They have gone on field trips to other locations to vet these poles as their appearance. And if Councilwoman Banks wants to add something to that.
Councilwoman Banks?
Thank you. And I was going to add that there was a concern whether the new proposed poles would be aesthetically pleasing like what's presently there. In the Eaton Center, is that correct?
Yes.
On Civic Center Drive and Northwestern Service Drive, their whole campus has the decorative poles like we presently have along Civic Center Drive, and then the new proposed poles. The decorative poles, because of the LED lighting, was blinding. It's just a whole different light, and the committee was concerned about, in looking at some of the lights, LED's a lot brighter. There's residential homes there, there's apartments there, so we wanted the area to be illuminated, but to also be a soft light. So the Eaton Center has exactly what they were proposing, and the taller light was just softer on the eye, but it illuminated a much larger area, possibly like from where the mayor is sitting all the way to the city clerk. So it would encompass the street and the sidewalk. So it just, they had both lights there, and it was really interesting because when you looked at the decorative, we're like, oh my gosh, this is hurting the eye. So I think it was a good recommendation.
I think so. And if it helps, in researching this, I discussed this with staff who were here when the original poles were put in. Ironically, businesses in the area wanted the more modern pole like what we're putting in now.
Okay.
Of course, that's moot point now, but it helps.
And DTE will be removing the poles and fixing the landscape?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions, council?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Mr. President, I move approval of the Civic Center Drive streetlight upgrade. Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Cruz, supported by Councilwoman Taylor, to approve the Civic Center Drive streetlight upgrade as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is item D, an ordinance amendment 1.314 of Chapter 9 of the Southfield City Code.
Yes, good evening, council. This was before you at the last meeting a couple weeks ago. This is an amendment to clean up the SERS ordinance amendment that was approved by council in May of 2023. So I have some notes, and hopefully this will answer the questions. So first, I want to start with the collective bargaining agreements that were approved by council in October. Can you hear me okay? Okay. In October of 2022, that incorporated the move toward offering only the blended SERS retirement plan to employees except the management group. Going forward, non-management new hires will only get that blended SERS plan, and there's no option. This amendment to the ordinance that I'm presenting to you tonight incorporates the blended plan as a choice for the management group employees. That management group, our new hires may choose the blended SERS or the 401A. In the past, they either had that option of SERS or 401A, but now they have that option between the blended SERS or 401A. Also, this amendment cleans up the language so the dates related to the management group entry period and blended plan effective dates are consistent throughout the ordinance. Again, it defines that blended SERS retirement plan. And finally, it incorporates SERS authority as advised by the SERS attorney. As I said before, we had submitted it to them so that they could review it, being the fiduciary of those funds, because they needed to be able to roll over funds from city-sponsored 401A plans into SERS for purchase of credited service by that special management group. So those are the things that you see highlighted, because it wasn't that we changed anything, but we needed to make sure that it was clear what the blended plan was, the effective dates as it applied to the management group, and then the authority for SERS to be able to roll over the money into that plan.
Council, any questions? I believe there will. I will ask a question. I know that there were a number of employees that fell into this category that had to submit their forms to the city. Has that happened? Has every employee submitted a form one way or another?
Yes.
I'm hearing differently.
You're hearing differently?
I was told that there was an employee who submitted it prior to the deadline but was turned away. I don't want to get into the specifics, but I don't know if that means we need to table this or.
I'm going to let HR.
Council President, if I can address that without getting into the specifics. So in this particular case, the council said that employees could either take all of the years that were available or 5 years. In this particular case, the employee in question did not take either of those options. They picked their own road. They went for a different time period. That time period was approximately 9.5 years. Then the forms they submitted were for that time period. It wasn't for the time periods that council had set aside, which is all time or 5 years. They still have not submitted a form that says 5 years or, to my knowledge, one that says all the years.
I got a call earlier today. I was told that they did submit something by the deadline.
I believe what they submitted by the deadline was an email stating that now they would take 5 years. And the way it was written was they had to have it had to be funded, had to be perfected prior to the date. Now, we would give some leeway, but I got the change on Friday, and the last day was Sunday, without any funding. So on Friday, I got an email saying 5 years, with no funding. So by Sunday,
I was told the funding was available and was there.
I still do not have funding.
So what do we do for this employee?
I advised the employee that the employee missed the deadline. They repeatedly were advised that it was a deadline. I can do what council likes. However, I repeatedly advised the employee there was a deadline.
Were there any other employees that did not submit their paperwork in time? Or was there only one?
Only one. And I will tell you, we did our due diligence by repeatedly contacting employees saying, you got 60 days left, you got 30 days left. We chased employees and said, if you don't want it, okay, fill out the form.
So doesn't the resolution or the ordinance that not the ordinance, but the resolution that we created say that they have to have a form one way or another?
Yes.
So what you're saying is this employee did not fill out a form one way or another, but he did make reference in email of what his choice would be.
No, Council President, he did fill out forms, except his forms did not meet the conditions as set by council.
Correct, but after he was advised that it didn't meet the criteria, he sent an email stating that what he would like to do fell into the proper criteria. Is that correct?
Yes. And I had personal discussions with him. The benefits person sent emails to him.
Okay. Now, again, I don't want to, go back and forth because I was
Yes.
not privy to all the information, but I do think that, we have one employee who, wants to make a selection. I believe we should allow him to make a selection.
Well, Mr. President, did we say if they didn't make it at a certain time, they would automatically go to one or the other?
Yes.
Didn't we have that?
Yes, we did. In fact, we also, if my memory is correct, I don't know if I understand the whole situation, but didn't we give them additional time?
Yes.
Originally,
Yes.
I believe it was 30 days, and then we gave them an additional 60 days?
Yes, we gave additional time.
So originally it was 30, then 60, so they've had 90 days. And if they, I don't know,
if
someone
I
can't
may-
make a decision in 90 days.
If I may, Council, so these employees that we're talking about were management employees who are currently in the 401A. They had an opportunity to go to SERS. So if nothing changes, they stay where they're at. The question is, did they want to move to the SERS plan? But again, we're more than happy to do what council wishes.
Right, so we're only talking about one employee.
Yes.
Everyone else made their selections.
Yes, yes. All others are closed.
So my feeling is, based on what I was told by this employee, that once there was he was told that what he submitted was not accurate, and he sent an email stating to you prior to the deadline what he wanted with his choice.
Yes.
I believe that we should accommodate that, but I don't know what that does to us from a legal
Mr. President,
perspective.
the administration's not opposed to it, but I just want to, not only did he not submit, he went out and tried to create something that was outside the parameters defined by this body, and spent time as well as taxpayer resources. I'm just going to lay it out there. That was not part of the deal. He had a choice. He didn't like the choice, went out and engaged a contractor who we're going to get a bill for to go through this. I'm just pointing this out. We're happy to do if you want to carve out an exception on this. But this is really above and beyond, and some of the facts as they've been coming across the last week, there's just some real inaccuracies. I'm sorry, I'd like to see his email, and,
We are more than happy to share our email traffic.
and there were multiple letters sent
Yes.
out by HR on this matter.
Councilman Taylor?
Thank you. With due respect to everybody, tonight, I think we really should vote on the amendment and then enact it, and this is a one-off. That
Yes.
should be handled at another time, because one person should not hold it up for the entire city,
I agree.
if I
Thank you.
may.
Thank you.
Full respect for everybody.
So the question would be, by us introducing and enacting this ordinance, does that automatically lock that person out?
Let me,
Councilwoman Hoag?
Well, I think before voting on this, we should, to me, I'm prepared, I don't even know who we're talking about, but I know we set the rules, and if that person didn't follow the rules, we decided what would happen if someone didn't make an election before the deadline. Not come up with your own option, and we should make that person proceed in that fashion, and then we need to vote and move this ordinance forward. We should do both tonight.
Councilman Brightwell?
This is a big organization. We have a lot of people and a lot of things that are going on. And if we legally did everything proper, if everything was notified and it was clear as could possibly be human being, and I know in some organizations, we used to write things for 8th graders, for the public. That's for the general public. So I'm assuming what you published was understandable to our employee.
Yes.
And as long as the rules and everything was disseminated properly, it's documented and it's legal, that's what we got to stand by. We got 600 people. We can't be having one off for 600 people. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to be playing games with a big organization like this. We would be the tail wagging the dog every week with something. So I guess that's the way I see it.
Councilman Banks?
Personally, I am not in favor of it. We originally said 30 days. I was not happy when we gave an additional 60 days, but I went along with the council. Again, this person's had 90 days to make a decision. I know this ordinance is brought back because I had some questions with reference to some of the dates, which I think were clarified. There are a lot of dates within this ordinance. And it was also my understanding that when they made the election, they had to ensure that they had the money available. Is that correct? And if that hasn't been done, you know what, deadlines are deadlines.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what part of, a deadline's a deadline. And this person had an additional 60 days, which, I mean, everyone benefited from that, so.
So again, my question is, though, we can introduce and enact this ordinance, and then I guess HR and administration can try to work with this employee, because and I say that because I was told that there were emails that he was willing to comply with what he needed to do.
And again, the Human Resources Department will do whatever the council directs.
I'd be curious why the emails were sent in the 11th hour. And I think that's something administration and HR need to research. If it was in the 11th hour, and I'm not familiar with who we're talking about, but that's just not right, because no one else had that opportunity.
And it will conflict with the ordinance, because we do have those dates in there. So I don't know.
And did the employee go to an administrator?
Yes, I was told I don't know, again, this was just brought to my attention today. I was told that the emails were sent on time stating compliance with the dates set forward, but nothing happened prior to that. Or after, they were told they were too late, even though it was before the deadline. And yes, it wasn't the 11th hour, but it was still prior to the deadline.
And to our director, are you saying the decision was not submitted before the deadline?
So the council resolution had two pieces to it. One, make a decision and submit that decision in writing, whether you're in or you're out, and also fund that decision. Again, this employee did not choose what the council selected, which was 5 years or all years. They chose 9 years. Then, as the city administrator said, they contacted the underwriter to ask to have a special number run for them to show what that funding would cost. He was advised a number of times that the numbers were either 5 years or all years, as opposed to what he selected was 9 years. Now, the paperwork I have in my office says 9 years, and I do not have funding. To contact me 2 days before the end of the time period on a Friday and the last day is Sunday to say, now I want 5 years? Okay. The only problem is it's not funded. And I don't have the paperwork to support that. I still have paperwork that says 9 years. All I have is the email.
And I'm sorry, my last question.
Yeah.
And our decision was, what happens if they didn't elect one or the other? What did we say we were going to do?
They're going to stay where they're at,
And
which is
where's that employee at right now?
in the 401A program.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I'd like to move approval of ordinance amendment 1.314 of Chapter 9 of the Southfield City Code, Southfield Employee Retirement Program.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Cruz, supported by Councilwoman Banks, to approve ordinance amendment 1.314 of Chapter 9 of the Southfield City Code. Any further discussion? So my question is, I'll ask this question, I'm not getting a clear question. Once this is approved, introduced, and enacted, they're out of luck, there's nothing we can do, is that what we're saying?
Yes.
Okay. We have to vote on the ordinance amendment. All those, it's been moved by Councilman Cruz, supported by Councilwoman Banks, to approve ordinance amendment 1.314. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Yes.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilwoman Taylor, to introduce and enact ordinance number 1780. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next is item E, Beechwoods Park authorization for an agreement with Oakland County.
Thank you, Mr. President. If council will recall, in August 29, 22, we entered into a letter of intent with Oakland County to effectuate an interlocal agreement between the city and the county for a ground lease at Beechwoods Park. Before you, you have a map that defines just slightly less than 40 acres. The area bound in yellow. And if you'll recall, the intent was that this would be a passive park. The entire agreement with Oakland County was predicated on the Beechwood Park master plan. Within that master plan, it was anticipated that there would be a splash pad. When the splash pad site plan was rejected by council, we had to pivot and come up with something that would satisfy the Oakland County within this ground lease. So we are proposing tonight that council, that the mayor, that city council authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the interlocal agreement subject to final form by the city attorney. This will put in play that the city will receive $1.5 million to be invested in the park. We're proposing to build a 65 parking space parking lot. If you go to the next slide, just to the east of the, slightly northeast of the rec center. This will also 65 parking spaces. There is not a curb cut on Beach. The scope of work would include construction of the 65 parking space, addition of a playground equipment, the construction of a 100-unit a pavilion which would house up to 100 persons, a maintenance facility, and a Four Seasons restroom. The scope of work would also clean up the traffic and the site circulation and improve site circulation for cars as well as pedestrians. In exchange, the county will be submitting an action plan to the city by January 15th. Within that action plan, they'll define how they're going to invest another $2 million over a defined period of time in enhancing the trails and improving boardwalks along the Rouge River, which is on the south of the site. I'm also asking for authorization to retain OHM for the purposes of, for the purpose of doing site design work, schematics, and engineering on this work, on the site, in the amount of $412,000. That'll be for Phase 1, schematic design, design development, construction document phases, and getting documents out for bid. In addition, we're also asking to retain Turner Construction out of Detroit to provide pre-construction services in the amount of $34,075. That is so we can get documents prepared and out to bid on the street. So again, this will recognize $1.5 million in revenue from Oakland County. We're proposing to use $1,557,500 from existing Parks and Rec Fund balance and $2.8 million in the city's capital improvement fund. The timing on this, folks, this item needs to go to Oakland County Rec Commission and to the full county commission within the month of November. So we needed to get this agreement finalized. If you'll recall at the ribbon cutting ceremony, other communities, Oak Park, and City of Pontiac, the other cities have already completed this stage. We lost some time when we had to pivot and go back when we decided we weren't going to do a splash pad on this. The items in front of City Council have been worked through with our planning department. There are no new uses. These are all existing uses. Again, no new curb cuts. This is all approved administratively by the Planning Commission because you're not pulling any of the triggers that would require full site plan review. Try to answer as many questions as we can.
All right, Councilman Frazier.
Yes. Is there a time certain that we have to have shovels in the ground in order to qualify for the money from the county or state?
There are deadlines in this, and it is December of 26th. The schedule we're proposing would put us in play that we would be in construction late spring, summer of next year.
Okay, so it's not this year?
No, not this
Because
year.
we're getting
But we need to get the
near the end.
contract approved. The county's getting, a little concerned that we haven't gotten this far. And we knew after when we did not get the site plan approved, we were going to, that was the setback. So this is consistent with what was in the Beechwood Master Plan. It is a consistent use of what this park is currently doing. There are no triggers for site plan.
Okay, but they're aware that we're a little late getting started, so.
They're very much aware.
jeopardize-
I mean, we've been 4 meetings last week, and I had 2 meetings with them on site, and
Okay, I just didn't want us to go ahead thinking that we're gonna get it and then find out, oh, no, you should have started that 2 months ago. So, okay. I'm satisfied then. Okay.
All right. Councilman Hoag?
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to reiterate that this is no new activity or event or anything. This is just what it is now. I know you said I wanted to state it again so that our residents know we're not proposing any new usage here at this park. But my question for you, Mr. Zorn, is at the bottom where you have not included, but then so for instance, you have playground upgrade, that's not included, but there is a playground complete under category 4. Can you kind of explain that?
right. There was, I would say, a Buick Cadillac playground, and then there was the Mercedes-Benz playground. And if we want to get real fancy and do something in a nature theme, that was the extra $260,000, I think.
Yes.
So right now, we're going with that Buick Cadillac version.
So we are going to do
Yes,
an
yes,
improvement,
yes,
but just
yes.
not the Cadillac?
Yeah, if you
Okay.
look at some of those renderings, they had a very animal theme.
Okay,
We're going to look at some things. I think the administration has shared with council. We have a grant request in through a community partnership. If some additional things come in, there may be some things explored. The things you see in that, what I would call that Mercedes-Benz, if you go up to Innovation Park in Rochester Hills, it's just,
I've seen that, yes.
yeah, it's
Okay.
incredible.
It's very nice. So
Yes.
the same is true for the shelter and the restroom?
Yes.
We're getting it, we're just not getting
Yep.
the Cadillac. Okay, so thank you very much, and I just again want to reiterate and state, there is no new usage at the park. That's it, thank you for me.
All right, Mayor Sauer?
I want to, I know we've had a regrouping here, so I want to congratulate the administration on getting this together. You know, we were going in one direction, and we all know what happened. So I would just comment, like the dog park, picnic shelters have been in high demand and requested, and with all the comments made about Beechwoods, you know, it was clear they didn't want an amphitheater. They didn't want the large splash park, but nobody objected to walking trails. Nobody objected to a picnic shelter. And we know that these are very, very popular. A lot of our residents use them for reunions and family gatherings and various other activities throughout the season. So this looks really good to me, and I'm glad that we're regrouped and moving forward.
All right, council, any other questions? Okay,
Mr. President?
yes.
We don't have anything written, but I move that we authorize the administration and Parks and Rec to move forward with the revamped plan for Beechwoods Park to enter into the partnership agreement for park operations between Oakland County and the City of Southfield by retaining OHM advisors for design and engineering services for Beechwoods Park Implementation Phase 1, and to retain Turner Construction Company for Beechwoods Park Project pre-construction management.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Hoag, supported by Councilwoman Taylor, to approve the authorization to enter into an interlocal partnership agreement for the park operations between Oakland County and the City of Southfield for the Phase 1 of the Beechwoods Park project as presented. Any further questions or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank, over the course of this project, I know I've had individual conversations with all of you, your time, your thought. I'd like to thank Terry Fields and our Parks and Rec Director, Steve, Griffin, Nancy. The last 2 months have been a lot of time in getting this in. Planning was very helpful as well, and I pivot, regroup are good terms, and we're moving this forward consistent with the community vision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we're at the council portion of our meeting, and we'll start with Councilman Frazier.
This is my last meeting. Boo.
You got one more.
Huh?
You have one more.
Well, it was the last one on the schedule.
No. We have one on November 13th.
It wasn't on my schedule, hanging on my refrigerator.
Well, you're welcome to show up for that meeting, too.
Okay. Okay, I'll do item number 2. We had some ladies here that wanted to raise chickens on their property and who were complaining about our ordinance. I did some work, called the Michigan State University Extension Center, and found out what they recommend as far as free-range chickens and chickens that are in a fenced-in area. And I will put that information together and give it to the planning department so that they will know, or I'll give it to anybody that wants it. But the Michigan State University Extension Center said that they don't recommend free range because of the avian flu, and if the chickens are in a caged area, there are some square footage per chicken that they recommend in the coop and in the run. So I'll put that information together so that we'll have something that to compare our ordinance with to see if we're in the park or not.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Banks?
Thank you. I do have 2 things. David Schaefer, who's in charge of the Southfield Wildlife Commission, sent to all of us a recommendation that their commission consider the discussion of, I believe it was the chickens and
Domestic.
Thank you,
animals.
domestic. And he presented a resolution also to us, which I don't know if anyone's had time to read it, but, you know, I don't know if we can take that up for consideration tonight or at another meeting, but I thought it was a great place to review this item, number 1. Number 2, during our communications, there was a young lady, and she's standing up in the back, that did want to address the Beechwood situation, and we told her it was going to be on the agenda, so I don't know if we gave her an opportunity to speak. So I don't know if you want to recognize her.
Would you like her recognized?
Yes, I
Okay.
would just like to recognize you just on whatever you were going to say with reference to Beechwoods, because we told you it was going to be addressed at a later date.
Mhm. If you just give,
I'm sorry, I
give
forgot your name.
Give your name to the.
Alma Shannon. I'm trying to figure out y'all passed everything was okay. I'm trying to figure out what was going on. What's going to happen at the park? Are they going to still put the walkway? Are they just going to you say they're going to put up parking spaces?
They're-
I'm lost
they're-
here.
So at Beechwoods, they are going to expand the parking lot.
Okay.
They're adding a play structure for children. They're adding some restrooms, a picnic shelter, and walking trails.
Okay, so where's the play structure for the kids gonna be? Is it gonna be back where the splash pad's supposed to be?
No. It's going to be,
Behind the rec center.
yeah, next, where the golf course used to be.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're not gonna open up that roadway to go inside the fence?
Nope.
All that is scrapped, okay?
Correct.
Right?
Yes. It's going to be the same entrance that is there now is not being changed. That will be the only entrance into the park.
Okay,
And upgrades to the other stuff.
okay. So we still gonna open up the roads, right? But the walk, they say they're gonna take the 10 feet on there.
That's a different
east side.
project.
That's a, okay.
That was not approved tonight.
Right, that's a different project.
Okay,
Tonight
we
was
just
only
gonna go
things
with
within the park.
Okay, all right.
You're welcome. I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Councilman Cruz?
Yes, I just, I don't know, this evening during public comments, I was a little dismayed by so many people, again, talking about us taking their voting rights away. And I just want to remind you that your voting rights are not being taken away. We're actually putting this before you to vote. So if you don't like it, vote no. If you do, vote yes. So your voices are still going to be heard. Yes, it could end up being a change in operation, but these are very critical positions that we want to make sure we have the best people in these positions to continue to run the city. I think as a few people have mentioned already, it's a new day. What we were, a couple decades ago is not the same one we're in today. And we got more people, there's a lot more money that be handled, which means there's a lot more votes to be handled. And so we have to make sure we have the right people. And all we're trying to do is give a suggestion to everyone to decide whether or not that's what they want. But we're not taking a vote away from anybody. Otherwise, there would not be a ballot proposal. So just exercise your vote on voting day and tell us what you want, and that's what we will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Taylor?
I have nothing new to add tonight. I concur with everything that's already been said, and I'll save my comments for Myron at the next meeting. I have prepared a few things because I so appreciate working with you. But everything else has already been said, and I have nothing new to add tonight. So thank you. I agree with what's already been said. Thank you.
I've enjoyed working with you also. And I get one more chance.
Exactly.
Thank you. Councilman Brightwell?
I have a couple of things, but the first thing I want to say is this is a public service announcement that the removal of political signs that is considered to be a larceny by the police department and by our legal department, and it is punishable up to 90 days in jail and or a $500 fine. So if you are an individual who is doing that, I will hope that you are, and you are, well, let me just say, we have an individual on camera removing 4 of my signs from a location, and that info is in the hands of the police. And we can see that individual. We know he's a young, tall, slender guy. So if you live at home with your mother, you will have to tell your mother why you're being perp walked out of your house. And also, if you're employed, you might want to be explained to your employer why you're being perp walked from work for stealing political signs. So that is a public service announcement with respect to this particular season. And there are consequences to doing things. And if you want your record to be tarnished by a political season at a local election. Have that, we have a lot of signs out there. The other thing I want to do, I just want to thank this is something that I really like, and obviously, when I like something, I will compliment on it frequently. And Mr. Zorn, this is for you to relate to your staff. I really appreciate the changing of the seasons, how they really up on the decorating the campus at the changing of the seasons. And it's really, it's uplifting, and it's let our citizens know that you know, we are, well, you know, your staff is really, you know, cognizant of taking care of the campus and making sure it looks nice. And just as a nail in another item on this, several years ago when I was first got on council and I was in charge of the finance committee, we had a lot of finance people from all over the country. They came to Southfield. Those are the individuals that handle our investments for retirement and all our funds. And a gentleman, I think he was from New York or Philadelphia or something, he was on campus. He said, I am really impressed with the campus of the city of Southfield. And historically, he was just handling our money from afar. He had never had a reason to come to the city, and everything was done electronically. But I want to just thank the department that's handling the decorating our campus on a seasonal basis. Thank you.
Our Parks and Rec department. And
Okay.
they do a nice job with the grounds.
Okay. Councilwoman Hope?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just going to reiterate Councilman Dr. Cruz. He said it all, so I don't need to repeat it. It's too late. So thank you for the words that you stated. This campaign has gotten very nasty and didn't need to be. That's not what is represented in Southfield. Everyone just needs to vote their conscience, their heart, their mind, and whatever come May, that's what it is, and we'll deal with it then. So it's unfortunate that whether it's stealing the signs and trashing the candidates out with literature or videos and things of that such, it's just gotten very nasty. But on a good note, I wanted to again thank the Parks and Recreation Department. I think they deserve a lot of accolades around this time with the major projects that they completed for us, Beachwoods, the dog park, pivoting when need be on both projects. So thank you to Mr. Zorn for leading that effort as well. And I too was going to have some words for Mr. Frazier, but I will wait. So that's all. Thank you.
All right. Councilwoman Banks brought up the resolution from the Wildlife Commission that was sent to us before. I agree that we can expand their scope, but prior to us voting on something like that, I'd like our city attorney to review it. If it means that we have to change the ordinance of how it was created, or if it's just something that they changed in their bylaws. But I think that that's something that we need to explore prior to voting. Yes.
Yes, and I think planning would want to be involved as well as the animal control officer so that everybody knows the other party's process. So if they made recommendations, need to look at the zoning districts, need to look at the ordinances that are covered under that, as well as the regular city ordinances under our animal ordinance.
Okay. Also, just a couple public service announcements, which again, I'm surprised Councilwoman Banks didn't steal all my thunder. But tomorrow, the Southfield Area Chamber of Commerce, in conjunction with the City of Southfield and the Pure Michigan Business Connect, is hosting a Wellness and Beauty Summit at 8:30 tomorrow night at the Great Lakes Hotel Supply Company, located on 9 Mile Road. You do have to register, but this event will, it provides space for wellness beauty brands to learn and connect with industry professionals and buyers. It will promote Michigan micro makers and manufacturers looking to promote more robust and lasting business connections within the ecosystem. And you must register for this event, so please contact the Southfield Area Chamber of Commerce. Also this week on Thursday, October 26th, we will have a ribbon cutting at 3 p.m. at Miller Park on Webster, and we are going to, weather permitting, celebrate the renovations that were done at 5 different parks over this season. This Saturday, October 28th, from 1 to 4 in the Southfield Pavilion, Parks and Rec is hosting their Boo Bash for ages 2 to 12, and there is a small admission fee per resident, and you must also contact the Parks and Rec for a ticket for that as well. On Sunday, October 29th, from 1 to 4 at the Pavilion, the Southfield Police Department is having their Trunk or Treat. It will have a variety of police vehicles, and participants will be given an opportunity to check out vehicles, and children can get a treat from each vehicle along with important safety information for parents. So you can come dressed up, and again, that is a free event from the police department on Sunday, October 29th from 1 to 4. Also on Saturday is a household hazardous waste day from 9 to 2 at the Recycling Authority located on Maple Ridge and 8 Mile. So please take advantage of any hazardous waste you need to get rid of. And with that, I will turn it over to the mayor. Thank you.
All my announcements have been made. Thank you, Council President. The only thing I would add is that our friend and active citizen, Roberta Cotman, wanted me to remind all of you that tomorrow is United Nations Day.
All right.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are 2 items that I'm requesting action on. The first was pursuant to the conversation with council regarding the Charter Review Formation Committee. We're requesting that council approve a motion authorizing the formation of the review committee with 9 members and the incorporation of the above 8 individuals, each nominated by council members and the mayor, and the selection of a 9th committee member. Each of the council members did nominate a name. President Ari Mandelbaum nominated Gerard Mullen. President Pro Tem Lenny Taylor nominated Vanessa Burrell. Councilwoman Nancy Banks nominated Paul Utoma. Councilman Brightwell nominated Roger Goolsby. Councilman Dr. Lloyd Cruz nominated Otis Smith. Councilman Myron Frazier nominates Myron Frazier to be seated upon the expiration of his present term. And Councilwoman Coretta Hogue nominates Karen Schrock. For the 9th seat, 2 names were received. Councilwoman Banks submitted both Gail Mazie and David Schaefer. Councilman Frazier also submitted Gail Mazie. So I'm requesting action on that this evening.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I recommend that we approve the formation of a charter review committee with the 9 members already listed, as well as I move that we approve Gail Mazie as well as the 9th.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Hogue, supported by Councilman Cruz, to approve the formation of the Charter Review Committee with the names submitted from mayor and all council members, with the 9th seat as given to Gail Mazie. Any further discussion or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next item I'm requesting action pertains to deer population. The action I'm requesting is that council concur with the administration's request that the city of Southfield continue to work regionally with our municipal neighbors, including both Wayne and Oakland County and Michigan Department of Natural Resources to address areas where deer exceeds the Michigan Department of Natural Resources recommendations of 20 deer per square mile. You know, throughout 2023, the city and our neighborhood services, our wildlife commission, been doing an awful lot of work. In June, the city formed in June of 2020, City Council formed the Southfield Wildlife Commission. The commission has been meeting monthly since January of 2021. Let's remember that was during COVID. And all meetings have been open to the public. The commission has conducted annual deer population surveys with Farmington Hills from 2018 to 2022. The commission also worked with representatives from local government, elected officials, residents, and businesses. In 2021, the commission surveyed residents regarding attitudes and goals. Most of the 226 respondents were homeowners. 73% wanted the city to be more active in wildlife management, 60% supporting both fertility control and a call. 8% supported an ordinance banning and feeding of deer and other wildlife, which City Council adopted. 70% supported programs to educate residents about deer-resistant landscaping. If you go to our city website, that information is readily available on the website. We just have to keep hammering that website because there is excellent information. 93% supported improving and restoring vegetation in local natural areas and better roadside vegetation maintenance. We're working on that, and little things, as 696 gets built, that tunnel, that pathway under 696 along the Rouge Corridor will be widened, that wildlife will be able to traverse that corridor. I mean, that's a very large planning exercise, something envisioned years ago, but is now happening. 85% supported more signage and reflective warnings in locations where wildlife frequently cross roads. Those signs are going up in November. In November, we'll start putting those signs up again. So we're doing quite a bit. And, you know, again, we're recommending the recommendations of the Wildlife Advisory Commission were transparent and consistent communication with residents, create a city staff position focused on wildlife environmental issues, make habitat restoration management a priority. To call or not to call was the last item. We had the ballot question. I had, recently, my deputy administrator, John McRena, had shared with me, he'd called the company that facilitates calls. We are less than 20 deer per square mile. Our number, as high as it is, many in the country are trying to get to our number. So, you know, this is something that we know we need to continue to monitor, work, but we still believe the answer is regionally. We've been meeting with our neighbors, Oakland County, MDNR. We need to continue to put pressure on that. So I'm asking council just to adopt a resolution that reaffirms that we're going to continue to address this matter and work locally. Finally, I want to thank John McRena has put a tremendous amount of time in this. And again, this commission met with during COVID. The work the Wildlife Commission did was just incredible. So it's a large challenge, and we'll continue to work at it. So I'm asking you to adopt the resolution as drafted.
All right, Councilman Hoag.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just going to support what Mr. Zorn has stated, that the neighborhood services, we spend a lot of time on this, talking about it, and just to reiterate so that our residents know, we are doing what the Wildlife Advisory Commission recommended that we do until we get regional support. And I think we already know that Farmington is not yet ready to do anything. So if they are our next door neighbor, and I live on that edge, and they're coming in and crossing, it doesn't make sense for us to spend money or do anything until we get all of our cities in this area on board so that we can make a difference, because otherwise, we'll just get rid of them and they'll come back. So I just want our residents to know that we are following the recommendation, and that is to work regionally first to get support from our neighboring communities. Thank you.
Council, any other, Councilman Frazier?
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment on the deer problem. Tonight, I was listening to NPR, and they did a segment on, there's a problem with white-tailed deer down south in Georgia, and Alabama, and all, to the point where commercial farmers are complaining because the deer are eating their row crops, and their governments, each state government, gave the farmers the authority to shoot the deer. And they interviewed one farmer, and he said that he could hardly wait until deer season because he's going to lease his property out to deer hunters. But they're eating field crops that would normally be on truck gardens. So there's a problem going all over the country, at least larger than this area.
Yeah.
You know, at the town hall that was hosted, I think at the library last year, I asked a question in private, what was the purpose of deers? And the gentleman who was the expert there from U of M or whatever it was, he said they have never really defined the purpose of the deer other than a food source. So it makes sense for people to start killing deer and having venison for dinner on a regular basis. So that was my public service comment again.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
Mr. President,
Yes.
I'd like to move the approval of the resolution directing regional coordination for the deer population management.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Cruz, supported by Councilman Taylor, for a resolution directing regional coordination for the deer population management as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may, you made me think of, we also have turkeys, a lot of turkeys now. So I was wondering if you're, no, what I was thinking about was the
Thanksgiving.
resolution that we're getting ready to ask you to review is going to do domestic animals. I don't see anyone having turkeys as a domestic animal, but I was coming out of my daughter's apartment on 12 Mile, and there were so many turkeys at the door, we had to wait until they moved in order to do that. So could or would there be some kind of verbiage to also say something about turkeys, wild turkeys? That's all I'm just.
I like wild turkeys.
I don't know. I don't know if that's something you could also look at or review, or maybe you
Right.
could bring to the Wildlife
You c-
Commission.
bring a pot of water. Boil.
I don't want them at all.
So, thank
a
you.
thought.
And that's a good segue because we're up to the attorney's portion. So the question is, you know, could we get a proposed or an estimated date for when you could bring back a
Updated
something for the
resolution.
wildlife?
I'll talk with David because he was talking about changing the name, and then he's talking about addressing domesticated animals, the feral cats, the chickens, turkeys. There's a Wildlife Turkey Federation, probably see if turkeys are considered domesticated. I think they're gonna still be considered wildlife because there's special turkey hunting season in April. So it'll be quite interesting what they cover. But we'll have to do it in coordination with other departments, just if there's ordinance changes, zoning.
Well, wouldn't the ordinance changes only be done if the committee or the commission requests or recommends one?
Well, yes, if they recommend something, but at the same time, I would think that they would want to, we would want to also consult with planning, because right now in our zoning ordinance, there's certain areas of the city that are zoned for, I can't think, for different animals, like almost farming, because if you think about that area at 9 Mile and Evergreen. And then as far as animal control, they always have inside information about things going from city to city, so we don't want something that we can't control. But I think it'll be a good partnership to work together. Maybe that's what we need, is so that when they have their meetings, there's a lot more, people involved. And people don't look at it, oh, it's just wildlife, i.e. deer.
So is that something that you think you could have completed by the end of the year?
Oh, yes, yes. I love talking to David, and working with David.
Okay.
Mr. President, one of the recommendations from Wildlife Commission was for a position. Clearly, as administrator, I get a little nervous when we start talking headcount, adding new employees. But maybe there's something regional on this too. And we know Livonia's wrestling with this, and it's not just, we've all got the deer, turkey are coming an issue, the coyotes, but maybe that's a different approach with the county to see if there's something we could figure out regionally for that position too. I mean, and I think it could benefit all of us.
And I also know that the police department is, I think, currently looking for some additional animal control officers. Maybe there's a way that, if we get the right person, they can do double duty as well. So, all right. Was that it? Or okay. Madam Attorney, did you have anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Did they vote on the animal control?
I would like to just take a moment to remind everybody that Tuesday, November 7th, is Election Day. And those of you who are interested in the local leadership of our beautiful city, I encourage you to vote. As I have stated before, I am looking for 100% turnout. There is no excuse. We've got early voting that starts Sunday, October 28th, I believe is Sunday.
That's a Saturday.
Is that Saturday? Okay, the 29th. And then, no, 28th. And we have absentee ballots. We have come to the precinct. If you are anxious to get started, come now. We can be on CNN because we will be the first city in the United States to have 100% voter turnout. If you are worried about voter suppression, and nothing in my ancestry's legacy will allow me to ever be a part of anything that suppressed our votes, and I'm personally insulted that anybody would suspect that I would participate that as your city clerk right now.
Hear, hear.
So, I just want you to come and make sure that there is nothing suppressed. Come and vote. That's what you can do. Vote. Vote.
Say that.
Come and vote. Tell your children to come and vote. Tell your parents to come and vote. It's not the president, it's the people who are telling you who's going to pick up your garbage, who's going to shoot or not shoot the deer, who's going to take care of the turkeys for turkey dinner, who's going to make sure that we send my friend here away on a good note. These are your local officials. Local elections matter. And so, if you'll forgive my rant, please come out and vote. And if you have any questions, please come.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
All right. City Treasurer's not here. City Planner?
Nothing to add this evening, thank you.
All right. Assessor Engineer is not here. Schedule. There was some talk about scheduling a meeting next week, Monday at 5 p.m. for a closed session about labor relations. That would take place in our council study room. Are there any questions or hesitations about that? Councilman Banks?
Is there any way we can consider 6 o'clock? I had previous commitments that I'm not sure if I can cancel, and I don't know if I can be here at 5, but I will definitely be here at 6.
Does anyone have any issues with 6 o'clock start time? No? Okay, so then I would be looking for a motion for a meeting, a regular meeting for October 30th at 6 PM in council study to discuss labor relations.
So moved.
Would it be a special meeting or a regular meeting?
Regular?
Regular meeting.
It's
It's a regular meeting. It's a regular meeting, we're scheduling it.
Yeah, we're scheduling it ahead of time, so it would be considered a regular. So
Is that gonna be the only item?
that would be the only item, yes. Unless you have something you want to add.
No.
Okay.
So moved.
6 o'clock. All right, it has been moved by Councilwoman Taylor, supported by Councilman Cruz, that we will have a regular meeting scheduled on Monday, October 30th at 6 PM in council studies to discuss labor relations. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, council.
Councilwoman Taylor?
Yes. Just one more item of information I'd like to pass along. We have a domestic violence community forum being held on Wednesday, November the 8th, from 5:30 to 8:30, right here in the Southfield Pavilion, where we will have our own Chief Barron, we'll have Director Steve Cooper from Oak Park, we'll have Jeff King from Farmington Hills, Raphael Washington from Wayne County, and Chief James White from the Detroit Police Department, all here for you for domestic violence, the community forum, to answer any questions that you might have. So please come out, put this on your schedule, hold a date. I hope to see everybody at 5:30 on November the 8th. Thank you.
All right. Council, anything else to come before us for discussion this evening? If not, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.